Chapter 4077. When Lu Ming raised his battle strength to the peak, he could kill enemies 5.5 realms above him. Bang! Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a beam of light, rushing forward and colliding with the one-horned fiend youth. A loud explosion resounded, followed by a figure frantically retreating. This retreating figure was naturally the one-horned fiend youth. He retreated several hundred li, his tall and sturdy body trembling incessantly. He spurted out a mouthful of blood, disbelief in his eyes. Gotcha! Following that, his horn emitted a sound similar to that of porcelain shattering. A few cracks appeared on it. How is this possible? The one-horned fiend youth was extremely shocked. The cultivation of fiends was different from that of the primitive universe. They didn't have any origin divine power or origin secret arts. His horn was something that came with a heavenly god, and had been continuously refined. It possessed boundless power, and was incomparably tough. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's attack had caused cracks to appear on it. Moreover, Lu Ming's cultivation was one realm lower than his, something he had never encountered before. Kill! A cold voice resounded. Lu Ming didn't want to give him a chance to catch his breath. He crossed several hundred li in an instant, arriving in front of the one-horned fiend youth, and launching an all-out attack. The one-horned fiend youth resisted with all his strength, but in the Divine Emperor realm, a difference of half a realm in battle strength would result in a crushing situation. Every time the two collided, the one-horned fiend youth's body would be pushed back, spurting out blood from his mouth. The injuries on his body would also worsen. In an instant, the two had exchanged 10 moves. Suddenly, the one-horned fiend youth let out a blood-curdling scream. The horn on his head was covered with several dozen cracks, and finally, it exploded with a bang, turning into fragments. With his most important horn shattered, the one-horned fiend youth was like a deflated balloon, deflating in an instant. His aura rapidly weakened, and his battle strength was also greatly reduced. Be on your way. Lu Ming's indifferent voice resounded. His palm was like a blade, chopping down. Blood splattered everywhere, and the one-horned fiend youth's head flew high into the air, directly falling to the ground. Lu Ming's palm reached out, grabbing the fiend's spirit blood of this fiend. Buzz! The evil demon's spirit blood was trembling non-stop, emitting rich energy fluctuations. Of all the Abyss Devil spirit blood Lu Ming had obtained, this drop of Abyss Devil spirit blood was the most special and eye-catching. Its quality was even higher than that of a God Emperor's demon spirit blood. Lu Ming's heart was burning. This drop of abyssal spirit blood could be exchanged for an absolutely astonishing amount of merit points. This demon's potential was too shocking. He was able to fight someone who was 4 levels above him in the godly Emperor realm. In the primitive universe, this demon was comparable to a candidate on the universe genius list. Given enough time, this kind of monster would definitely become an overlord of the universe, a powerhouse whose name would shake the world. Of course, such great potential was valuable. Lu Ming hoped to fight such a demon. Of course, it would be best if the other party's cultivation base was not too high. Lu Ming, who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, could handle such a genius. If a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer came, Lu Ming would have no choice but to run for his life. Lu Ming put the evil demon spirit blood away, and walked over to the 5 geniuses from the heavenly palace. He waved his hand and took their interspatial rings. Then he began to inspect them. After a short while, Lu Ming looked disappointed. There were a few drops of evil demon spirit blood in their interspatial rings, but the quality was very poor. Obviously, the demons they had killed were not very strong. However, it was better than nothing. Lu Ming didn't hesitate to put them all away. After that, Lu Ming left. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. During these days, Lu Ming noticed a strange phenomenon. He rarely encountered demons or people from the heavenly palace. That's strange. Could it be that neither side is in this area? Or are they hiding? Lu Ming murmured in his heart. Unable to figure it out, Lu Ming was too lazy to pay attention to it. He continued to fly in the direction that Ling Yue might be. The smell of blood. Suddenly, Lu Ming smelled a strong smell of blood coming from a direction. Lu Ming's eyes moved. He withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. Then he walked along the ground in that direction. Not long after, Lu Ming found a corpse. It was a white jade divine elephant. Obviously, it was a genius from the primitive universe. The white jade divine elephant had died very miserably. There were 5 holes in its head. Lu Ming knew at a glance that it had been pierced by the sharp claws of the evil demon. However, the smell of blood that Lu Ming smelled was definitely not from this white jade divine elephant. It was too strong. Lu Ming continued forward and found a few more corpses. These corpses were not only from the primitive universe, but also from the evil demon. Lu Ming checked and found that the evil demon's spirit blood in the evil demon's corpse had been taken away. Lu Ming continued to move forward and found more and more corpses. After a while, Lu Ming found no less than 50 corpses. There were both from the heavenly palace and the evil demons. The ground was also full of potholes. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. Other than these corpses, there was no one alive. Lu Ming was very surprised. He didn't expect that so many evil demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace would gather here and have a fierce battle. There's a trail of blood extending to the west. Lu Ming revealed a thoughtful expression. After pondering for a moment, he headed west. After traveling for about a few thousand miles, Lu Ming's eyes suddenly flashed. He looked in a certain direction. His body was wrapped in divine wind. This was the sign of using the great divine wind technique. He was ready to fight at any time. In that direction, multicolored light flickered, and then a dozen figures appeared. People from the heavenly palace. Upon seeing these people, Lu Ming relaxed a little, because these people were all from the heavenly palace. The people from the heavenly palace also saw Lu Ming. You are Mu Yun. Among them, a muscular young man clad in battle armor spoke. He recognized Lu Ming. So it's a brother from the Battle Saint tribe. Lu Ming nodded to this young man. After that, he glanced at the others. He was somewhat curious because these people came from different races. Not all of them were from the Battle Saint tribe. Other than the Battle Saint tribe, there were also the Buddha race, blood race, soul race, devil race, etc. Mu Yun, you can't continue forward. If you continue forward, you will enter the territory of the evil demons. That young man from the Battle Saint tribe said. The territory of the evil demons is in front? Is there a division of territory here? Lu Ming was even more astonished. That's right. In the region ahead, a large number of evil demons are gathered. As for the geniuses of our heavenly palace, they are gathered in the eastern region. The supreme genius of the Buddha race, Luo Tian, is the leader. It's very dangerous for you to move alone. Why don't you join us? Only by gathering together can we fight against the evil demons. Because in the region ahead, there's also a Devil King level character. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. A Devil King level character? Lu Ming was even more astonished. Chapter 4078. Why don't you come with us? We can talk as we walk. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe spoke. Lu Ming fell silent for a moment before he nodded in agreement. From what the young man from the Battle Saint tribe said, there were many geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered in the eastern region. Maybe Ling Yue was there as well. In addition, Lu Ming was also very curious and wanted to clarify things. Lu Ming followed the 10+ people and headed east. On the way, the young man from the Battle Saint tribe also told Lu Ming everything. The demons and the geniuses from the heavenly palace all split up after they entered this temporary planet. After that, they went to various corners of the planet. At the start, it was very chaotic as they hunted each other. However, among these geniuses, there were both strong and weak ones. In the nearby vast region, a genius from the demons appeared. His strength was extremely shocking, and he slaughtered the geniuses from the heavenly palace as if he was taking something out of his pocket. No one could defeat him. At the start, the heavenly palace lost a large number of geniuses. This genius from the demons was known as the king of this region. The king of geniuses in this region was Lofty and Lofty. At the end, an extremely terrifying demon-level genius from the heavenly palace also appeared and fought against the genius from the demons, ending in a draw. That demon-level genius from the heavenly palace was none other than a young genius from the Buddha race. From then on, the geniuses of the heavenly palaces in this region all gathered around the young genius from the Buddha race, with him as their leader. because in this region, other than him, there was no one else who could contend against that devil genius. And the demons in this region naturally gathered around that terrifying devil as well. Just like this, the two kings of this region started to fight against each other. For the past few days, the two sides have been fighting each other almost every day. The two regional kings have also fought each other every day. For the past 6 days, the two regional kings have been fighting to a draw. As for the others, many of them have died. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained. Lu Ming thought of the many corpses he saw before. There were corpses from both the demons and the heavenly palace. Now that he thought about it, both sides must have gone through a great battle and suffered losses. How's the battle strength of the two regional kings? Lu Ming asked. He was more concerned about this. Those who could become regional kings were obviously at the pinnacle of the participants this time. Compared to such figures, one would know what level one was at among the participants this time. The Demon Clan and the Heavenly Palace's kings have the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but they're both peerless geniuses. Luo Tian from the Buddha clan is one of the candidates for the universe's young geniuses list. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe explained as reverence could be seen in his eyes. So this is the standard? A strange look appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. Was this the strength of a regional king? He had just killed a genius of this level not long ago. That single-horned demon youth was in existence of this level. It seems like my strength is at the peak of the participants this time around. Lu Ming heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others arrived at a strange area. This area was filled with protruding rocks that were incomparably sharp. They were like divine swords. On each protruding rock, there was a young man. Some of them were sitting cross-legged, while others were gazing into the distance. This was the place where the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace gathered. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and discovered that there were close to 100 geniuses from the Heavenly Palace gathered here. On the tallest rock over there is the peerless genius from the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. The young man from the Battle Saint tribe pointed at the tallest rock. Lu Ming looked over, and indeed saw a young man sitting cross-legged on that rock. He was bald and his skin was golden. There was also a Buddhist halo above his head. This was a pure member of the Buddha clan. This was the peerless genius of the Buddha clan, Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian's eyes were closed. He looked dignified and his entire body was enveloped in Buddhist light. He seemed to be circulating his energy and adjusting his breathing. Lu Ming took a few glances, and then shifted his gaze away to look for Ling Yue. Unfortunately, Ling Yue was not among these people. Obviously, Ling Yue was not in this area. I hope nothing happens to her. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. Although he and Ling Yue knew each other, and had an inexplicable engagement, the two of them had been together for so long and had experienced many things together. At this moment, Lu Ming could not help but worry about Ling Yue's safety. However, Ling Yue was very strong. Her cultivation was already at the peak of the 4th level of the God Emperor realm. She could break through to the 5th level of the God Emperor realm at any time. Moreover, Ling Yue's combat strength was extremely strong. After obtaining the opportunity from the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she had achieved a transformation. If they fought at the same level, ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list would not be Ling Yue's match. As long as she did not encounter a regional king-level demon genius, Ling Yue should be able to protect herself. Lu Ming planned to hunt a wave of demons here. After all the demon geniuses in this area had gathered around the regional king. This saved him the trouble of searching. After chatting with the youth of the Battle Saint tribe for a while, Lu Ming flew and landed on an empty rock. He sat down cross-legged and waited. The demons are attacking. Lu Ming had not sat down for long when a loud roar suddenly sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace on the rock all stood up and released a powerful aura, preparing for a great battle. As expected, they are here. It's been 6 days. These demons want to fight with us. Today is the 7th day. They think we are afraid of them. Today we will kill them all. Kill all the demons. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace roared, their battle intent high. They were afraid of the regional king, but the regional king was blocked by Luo Tian, so they were not afraid. Lu Ming stood on a rock and looked into the distance. In the distance, a large group of demons flew over. These demons spread their wings, and their baleful aura soared into the sky. Their roars were like thunder as they rushed over. "Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace!" The demon geniuses roared. Among them, one of the demons attracted Lu Ming's attention. This abyssal was covered in green scales, but his right arm was fiery red. There were sinister bone spikes on his arm. "Luo Tian, come out and fight! Today I will kill you!" The red demon on his right arm roared, his killing intent surging. This was the regional king of the demons. His name was Sa Dao. "Ba. Since Benefactor wants to go on your way, this poor monk will fulfill your wish." Luo Tian stepped on the air, and the Buddhist light became even stronger. With every step he took, a golden lotus would appear under his feet. His speed was very fast, and in a few steps he was close to Sa Dao. A Buddhist chant rang out, and a huge golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It slammed its palm down on Sa Dao. Chapter 4079. The Buddha statue was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Its golden hand looked like a small mountain as it moved toward Sa Dao. "That move again? Can't you do something else? Break." Sa Dao smiled ferociously and rose up in the air. His red right arm punched the air. Boom. An earth-shattering sound spread in the air. The golden hand exploded. Not only that, but the gigantic Buddha statue also exploded and turned into energy. Swoosh. Sa Dao's demonic wings flapped, and he charged at Luo Tian like a bolt of lightning. His right arm became even redder, and flames spread out, making his entire arm look like it was made of lava. Luo Tian's third eye was shining. A golden light appeared. It was a pure Buddhist light. It was Luo Tian's original secret skill. Luo Tian's original secret skill had already severed 6 shackles. That was terrifying. Very few cultivators of the 5th godly emperor layer could sever 6 shackles. The shackles of an original secret skill were extremely difficult to sever. Each shackle was like an insurmountable chasm. However, each time one was severed, one's strength would increase tremendously. Usually, only godly emperors could sever all 9 shackles of an original secret skill. Pure Buddhist light surrounded Luo Tian's hands. Luo Tian jumped forwards and punched the air. Boom. Luo Tian's hand collided with Sa Dao's right arm. It looked like 2 planets had collided. Red and golden lights filled the sky. Rings after rings of terrifying energy rushed out in all directions like waves of water. No one dared to stand still in the surroundings. The 2 of them collided and their silhouettes flickered. They were evenly matched. Then the 2 men's second move collided. Boom boom boom. Both of them were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged a dozen attacks. It was obvious that they were evenly matched. It was difficult to determine the winner in a short time. Lu Ming glanced at them and understood what was going on. It was similar to what the young man of the Battle Saint tribe had said. Both of them had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, but their fighting prowess was comparable to that of the 9th godly emperor layer. However, that was it. It was about the same as the horned demon that Lu Ming had killed before. Kill. Kill. At this time, the demons and the other people of the heavenly palace were also fighting. In an instant, blood spurted out and screams were heard. Some people had already fallen. Die, brat. An ugly demonic youth brandishing a demonic saber fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and charged towards Lu Ming. That ugly demon had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer. To be honest, for a cultivator who was less than 50,000 years old, that was already very good. Without a doubt, this ugly demon was also a monstrous figure. However, in Lu Ming's eyes it was really not enough. Puff. Lu Ming used the great devil sword art. Swordlight flashed, and that devil genius was cut in 2. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and that ugly devil's spirit blood was caught by Lu Ming. Lu Ming took that drop of demon spirit blood and continued to kill the other demons. The result was already decided. None of those demons could withstand one attack from Lu Ming. His demonic sword swept through the air, and Lu Ming killed a demon with each slash. He's that strong. The other heavenly palace's young geniuses couldn't help but open their eyes wide in disbelief. When they had seen Lu Ming before, they hadn't paid much attention to him. They had thought that Lu Ming was just an ordinary young genius. They had never thought that Lu Ming would be so strong. He could kill those demons as easily as cutting vegetables. He was a peerless, monstrous cultivator. The other demons were even more terrified. They didn't dare fight against Lu Ming. When they saw Lu Ming, they all retreated. This scene also attracted the attention of the two kings of the other two regions. But little brat, wait until I get rid of that bald guy, then I'll kill you. Sa Dao shouted angrily. His eyes were as sharp as knives. He couldn't wait to cut Lu Ming into pieces. Your opponent is me. Buddha's light illumination. Luo Tian shouted. The Buddhist light that filled the sky turned into different weapons and smashed down on Sa Dao from all directions. Luo Tian was delighted to see Lu Ming's strength. As long as Lu Ming got rid of the other demons, the Heavenly Palace's young geniuses would be able to attack Sa Dao together. They might be able to kill Sa Dao in one blow. He was very surprised by Lu Ming's behavior. Do you think I have nothing better to do than challenge you every day? 7 days are up. Die. 7 deadly fire poison explode. Sa Dao attacked a few times. Then his right arm shook violently. A mysterious force spread out. At that moment, Luo Tian's body shook violently. Then red lines appeared on Luo Tian's body. A disgusting smell was emitted from his body. Puff. Luo Tian spat out a mouthful of blood. His aura weakened rapidly. Poison. When did you poison me? Luo Tian shouted in shock. He kept releasing Buddha's light in an attempt to purify the poison. However, it was useless. The effect was minimal. With your strength, it's difficult to use a poison to kill you. My poison didn't have any signs. During the fight, it seeped into your body bit by bit. I have fought you every day for the past 7 days. After 7 days, the 7 deadly fire poison has finally succeeded. Sa Dao sneered. Luo Tian's face was pale. He finally understood why Sa Dao had challenged him every day for the past 7 days. Initially, he didn't think too much about it. After all, they were mortal enemies. It was normal for demons to challenge them every day. Who would have thought that Sabeo would secretly poison him when they were fighting? Moreover, this poison needed 7 days to take effect. Die. Sa Dao's eyes were ferocious. He punched Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian screamed in pain. His body flew out and broke dozens of huge rocks. Luo Tian was still alive. He had the physical body of a pure Buddha, and was known to be immortal. Even so, Luo Tian was severely injured. His chest was almost pierced through. His heart was crushed. His aura was extremely weak. What's going on? At that moment, the elites of the Heavenly Palace turned pale. Luo Tian and Sa Dao were locked in a fight. However, he had been defeated in an instant. All of this happened too suddenly. Most importantly, now that Luo Tian had been defeated, who else could compete with Sa Dao? Mu Yin? Although Mu Yin was strong, his combat strength was still lacking compared to regional kings like Sa Dao and Luo Tian. It's over. The elites of the Heavenly Palace felt a chill down their spines. They didn't expect the situation to change so quickly. Great. Great. In contrast to the people of the Heavenly Palace, the remaining elites of the evil demons were ecstatic. Baldi, I won't kill you for now. I want to show you how I'm going to kill all the people of the Heavenly Palace. Sa Dao said coldly. Then his figure flashed and rushed toward Lu Ming. Chapter 40-80. Sa Dao threw himself at Lu Ming. His right arm was as red as fire, as if it was made of lava. He hadn't even arrived yet, but his chi was already moving towards Lu Ming. Even ordinary cultivators of the 8th godly emperor layer wouldn't be able to withstand that chi. However, Lu Ming's expression remained calm. There was even a hint of anticipation. This was because another drop of evil demon spirit blood was about to be obtained. Die. When Sa Dao saw that Lu Ming wasn't dodging, he looked ferocious. His right arm was red as he threw a punch at Lu Ming. In the process of punching out, his fist actually grew rapidly. It was like a small mountain as it blasted toward Lu Ming. The terrifying aura made the other elites of the Heavenly Palace turn pale with fright. Mu Yin, move back? Shouted someone furiously. The rest of the people sighed in their hearts. They felt that Lu Ming would be seriously injured even if he did not die from this punch. Many people started getting ready to run away. At that moment, Lu Ming also threw a punch. His fist was no different from an ordinary fist, except that it was emitting a dazzling light. Boom. Their fists heavily collided. In an instant, the void shook violently. Rings of energy ripples swept out in all directions. What happened next was beyond everybody's expectations. Lu Ming was standing in the sky, motionless. He was as steady as a mountain. Everybody thought that Lu Ming would be blown away, or even explode, but that didn't happen. Lu Ming did not move at all. On the contrary, Sa Dao trembled and retreated a few steps. How is that possible? Everybody's eyes were wide open, including Luo Tian, who was seriously injured. Lu Ming had surprisingly pushed Sa Dao back with one punch. Even Luo Tian hadn't been able to do that. How strong? Prince Yuan once said that Mu Yun wasn't weaker than him at the same level. It seems like it's true. Mu Yun has the strength of the fourth godly emperor layer. He's 5 levels stronger than him. The thoughts of the young man from the Battle Saint tribe spun rapidly as a look of admiration appeared on his face. Brat you, Sa Dao himself was also very shocked. Lu Ming's cultivation was 1 level lower than his, but when they had exchanged blows just now, he had felt that Lu Ming's strength was simply endless, filled with an aura of destruction. His arm went numb, as if it was about to shatter. Your strength is only SOSO. Now it's my turn, Lu Ming said indifferently. All the cells in his body trembled, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. This was the manifestation of his strength being stimulated to the peak. With a swoosh, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment he appeared in front of Sa Dao and punched out continuously. Boom boom boom. The void shook violently. Dozens of fist forces pressed down on Sa Dao like toppling mountains and overturning seas. The terrifying aura caused Sa Dao's muscles to tense up. A chill rose from the bottom of his heart. He actually felt his scalp go numb. I don't believe that even if he can fight someone 5 levels stronger than him, he won't be able to suppress me. Explode. Sa Dao roared. His fiery red right arm became even thicker. Mysterious runes appeared on it, and the aura it emitted was even more terrifying. At the same time, he punched out with his right arm, and in an instant he punched out dozens of times, colliding with Lu Ming's punches. A series of explosions resounded, dazzling the eyes and deafening the ears. The other demons and the geniuses of the heavenly palace couldn't see the battle clearly. Who would win? Everyone's heart was pounding because the outcome of the battle would determine the life and death of both sides. But in the next moment, they knew the answer. In the midst of the explosions, a silhouette was pushed back, smashing a few huge rocks. It was Sa Dao. He was now in a very miserable state. There were several fist marks on his body, especially his fiery red arm, which was covered in cracks. Sa Dao spat out mouthfuls of blood, and his chi was extremely weak. He looked at Lu Ming with fear in his eyes. Then, he turned around and ran away, not daring to fight again. However, he had been severely injured by Lu Ming in the process of fighting with Lu Ming. Even his strongest right arm was almost broken, and he couldn't exert any strength at all. How could he get away from Lu Ming? Lu Ming was wrapped in the divine wind, and in a few flashes he caught up with Sa Dao. Let's die together. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Sa Dao went crazy. His arm, which was full of cracks, emitted a dazzling red light, and a terrifying chi was released, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Sa Dao was going to self-destruct his red right arm. This red right arm was the foundation of Sa Dao's survival. He was born with it, and after some cultivation, its power was boundless, just like the horn of the horned demon from before. This kind of innate power was extraordinary. Once it self-destructed, the power would be earth-shattering. Sa Dao knew that he couldn't escape, so he planned to self-destruct his right arm and die with Lu Ming. But how could Lu Ming let him do as he wished? Great binding art. Lu Ming shouted softly and pressed with both hands. Wang. An invisible force suddenly appeared around Sa Dao. This force was like a python, tightly binding Sa Dao. At the same time, there were sharp thorns on this python that pierced into Sa Dao's body, trying to bind his physical body and demonic aura. 3,000 ancient secret techniques. Great binding art. This was something that Lu Ming had exchanged from the Merit Exchange Hall. In the Blessings Tower, he had already cultivated it to the greater success stage, and had yet to use it in a battle. It was just right to use it now. After being hit by the great binding art, Sa Dao's body suddenly stiffened. Kill! A cold voice sounded. Lu Ming's body flashed, and a demonic sword soared into the sky, disappearing in a flash. Then Sa Dao's head flew high into the sky. Another demon prodigy comparable to a candidate on the universe prodigy list was killed by Lu Ming. With a grab of his palm, Lu Ming grabbed Sa Dao's demon spirit blood in his hand. Sa Dao's demon spirit blood was also extraordinary. It wasn't any weaker than the demon spirit blood of the horned demon youth. Lu Ming took out a new jade bottle and stored this drop of demon spirit blood. That's it. The surrounding people were still in a daze. This demon prodigy who had fought with Luo Tian for 7 days and defeated Luo Tian with poison had been killed so easily. They felt like they were in a dream. Let's go. The remaining demons roared and turned to escape. At this time, the prodigies from the heavenly palace woke up. Don't let them escape. Kill. The prodigies from the heavenly palace roared and charged towards the demon prodigies. Naturally, they wouldn't let go of a chance to beat a drowning dog. Lu Ming also rushed out to hunt the demons. Chapter 4081. Lu Ming had already killed some of the demons, so there weren't many left. Now that they were being chased by Lu Ming and the geniuses of the heavenly palace, the outcome of these demons was already destined. Not a single one of the remaining demons managed to escape. In the end, they all died at the hands of Lu Ming and the others. More than half of them died at the hands of Lu Ming. There was no other way. Lu Ming's speed was too fast, and his battle strength was too strong. The demons were no match for him, so of course they would be killed quickly. All the geniuses of the heavenly palace revealed smiles on their faces. This battle could be said to be a complete victory. Nearly 100 demons had been killed here. One had to know that the total number of demons participating in the battle was only about 4,000. Now that over 100 of them had been killed in an instant, this was an important victory, especially since there was a top monster like Sa Dao among them. This battle could even affect the overall situation. In this competition, they and the demons would not rest until one of them was dead. It was either you die or I die. They were naturally happy to be able to kill so many demons in one go. These people expressed their gratitude to Lu Ming. Luo Tian also flew over, barely stabilizing his injuries, and thanked Lu Ming. You're welcome. This time, our common enemy is the demons. When I see the demons, I naturally have to take action. Lu Ming said with a smile. Right. With that, Lu Ming's tone changed. Then, he waved his hand and used the taboo power to carve a strange pattern in the air. This pattern was the pattern that he and Ling Yue had agreed on. Furthermore, the patterns on the two of them were different. This was to make it easier to identify them. According to this pattern, they knew the other party's movements. Everyone, I would like to ask, have you seen this pattern in the vicinity? Lu Ming asked. Everyone looked carefully, and many shook their heads. I've seen this pattern before. It was carved on some rocks. Luo Tian looked at it and nodded. Lu Ming was overjoyed and said, Master Luo Tian, where have you seen this pattern? It's in the west, about 500,000 li away from here. It's in a stretch of protruding rocks. Luo Tian explained the location in detail. Lu Ming noted it down carefully. After that, he bid farewell and prepared to leave. Anyway, almost all the demons in this area had been killed. The people in the heavenly palace were not in danger for the time being, so there was no need for him to stay. Luo Tian and the others immediately urged Lu Ming to stay. They wanted to move together with him, but Lu Ming refused. Among these people, only Luo Tian's strength was not bad and could be of help to him. The rest of them were too ordinary, and Lu Ming did not want to bring a bunch of burdens with him. It was easier for him to act alone. After bidding farewell, Lu Ming headed west alone. On this temporary planet, their speed was greatly suppressed. A distance of more than 500,000 kilometers could be covered in the blink of an eye in the primitive universe, but here, it would still take some time. A day later, Lu Ming finally arrived at this area, and saw a large number of protruding rocks. Lu Ming spread out his spirit sense and began to search. Not long after, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. His figure flashed and appeared above a rock. There was a pattern on this rock. That's right, this was indeed carved by Ling Yue. Others couldn't understand it and only thought that it was a simple pattern, but Lu Ming could see where Ling Yue was going. After taking a look at the pattern, Lu Ming's figure flashed and he continued to head west. After a period of time, Lu Ming saw another pattern. After identifying it, Lu Ming continued forward. Just like that, 3 days passed. In these 3 days, Lu Ming would occasionally meet the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace or the demons, but the further he went, the fewer geniuses of the Heavenly Palace or the demons he met. In the last day he didn't meet a single genius of the Heavenly Palace or the demons. What's going on? Could it be that the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace and the demons in this area have all left? Lu Ming frowned as he pondered. Moreover, the pattern left behind by Ling Yue had been broken since half a day ago. It was inexplicably cut off. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find the next pattern. What's going on? Did Ling Yue suddenly encounter danger? Lu Ming revealed a trace of worry. This could only be the case. Otherwise, she would definitely continue to carve the pattern. Only when she suddenly encountered danger and didn't have time to carve the pattern would the pattern be broken. Moreover, in this area, Lu Ming didn't meet a single Heavenly Palace or demon, which was even more strange. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and continued to search towards the west. Just as Lu Ming passed by a canyon, suddenly, there was a burst of demonic qi in the canyon. Figures rushed out of the canyon and surrounded Lu Ming in the blink of an eye. It was the demons. There were more than a dozen demons, all staring at Lu Ming ferociously. It's the people of the Heavenly Palace. There are indeed fish that escaped the net. A boy of the 4th godly emperor layer. Not bad. He can be considered a big fish. Kill him first. More than a dozen demons roared, and then rushed towards Lu Ming together. These demons were quite strong, and there was even a 5th godly emperor layer demon genius among them. However, there was no one like Sa Dao, so Lu Ming didn't care at all. Just in time, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with cold light, and the Great Godly Wind technique and the Great Demon Sword technique were used together. Suddenly, sword qi rushed forward, and blood spurted out, and one demon after another was killed. No matter what cultivation level in the hands of Lu Ming, the end was the same, that was killed by a sword. Run! This guy is too terrifying, he deserves to die. The remaining demons were terrified and turned around, wanting to run away. But how could Lu Ming let them run away? After a few seconds, the 3 demons collapsed on the ground, severely injured. As for the other demons, they had been killed by Lu Ming. Let me ask you, what's going on with this area? Why don't I see the people of the Heavenly Palace? Lu Ming asked coldly. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Don't think you can get any information from us, shouted a demon furiously. Is that so? Then I'll send you on your way, said Lu Ming coldly. He flicked his finger and a beam of strength shot out and pierced through the demon's third eye, killing him instantly. Now which one of you will tell me? Asked Lu Ming. Hee, if you want to kill us, then kill us. If we tell you, we'll die anyway. Indeed, even though the 2 demons were terrified, they still shook their heads resolutely. They knew very well in their hearts that this competition between the Heavenly Palace and the Abyss Devils was nothing more than a fight to the death. Only when one side was completely defeated would it end. As for 80% of the people surrendering, that was almost impossible. If they surrendered and left, the Demon King wouldn't let them off. Therefore they knew that even if they told him, Lu Ming wouldn't let them off. Chapter 4082. The 2 evil demons were very stubborn, and would rather die than say anything. In the end, Lu Ming had no choice but to kill the 2 evil demons and take away their evil demon spirit blood. However, Lu Ming was even more certain that something must have happened in this area. Lu Ming was just about to leave, but he immediately stopped. This was because he suddenly felt a terrifying sense of danger coming from all directions. Yes, it was coming from all directions. He actually couldn't determine where this sense of danger was coming from. This sense of crisis made the muscles all over Lu Ming's body tense up, and the hair all over his body stood on end automatically. It was definitely a terrifying enemy that could make him feel this way. A terrifying enemy had appeared in the vicinity. Where is it? Lu Ming's mind was highly focused and his spiritual sense spread out in a large area, watching all the slight movements in the surroundings. Rumble. Suddenly Lu Ming's ears twitched. He heard a rumbling sound. Although it was very subtle, his spiritual senses were very sharp. Moreover, he had cultivated more than 10 kinds of secret skills related to his ears. Therefore, he was able to accurately capture the sound. Underground. Swish. Without hesitation, Lu Ming's figure rushed into the sky. The moment Lu Ming rushed up, a demon claw grabbed out from the ground. Gravel splashed as the demon claw grabbed at Lu Ming. However, it was a step too late. The demon claw grabbed Lu Ming's feet, bringing a terrible gust of wind. Your reaction is quite fast, but do you think you can escape from my hands? A cruel and tyrannical voice sounded. Then the ground exploded with a bang. A tall demon figure rushed out from the ground. Lu Ming looked down and swept his gaze over. His pupil shrank slightly. This was an evil demon. However, this evil demon was very different from the ones Lu Ming had encountered before. This evil demon was extremely tall and burly, at least 10 meters tall. His entire body was filled with bulging muscles and bone spurs protruded from his body. His pair of demon claws were huge and ferocious, and his nails were as sharp as knives. Bam! The demon stomped his feet on the ground and his burly body soared into the sky, bringing along a violent force. His speed was so fast that it was shocking. In the blink of an eye, he appeared above Lu Ming's head and stomped down on Lu Ming. That kind of speed was as fast as teleportation. Boom! In an instant, Lu Ming had already activated the battle essence, which increased his combat power by 6 times. He activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique and blasted an upward punch. His fist collided with the foot of the burly demon. What a terrifying strength! At the moment of collision, Lu Ming felt his whole body tremble. It was as if he had been hit by a huge high-level planet. His body was like a cannonball falling toward the ground. There was a loud bang and Lu Ming's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Lu Ming spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling numb all over. He has the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He can fight cultivators for levels higher than him. That's what Lu Ming thought. Yes, the demon was astonishingly powerful. His cultivation level was too high. He had reached the 6th godly emperor layer. His combat capability was 4 levels higher than Lu Ming's. His combat capability was much higher than Lu Ming's. Not bad, not bad. You received one of my attacks and didn't die. It seems like you're one of the strongest cultivators in the Heavenly Palace. Very good. Killing you will be a great loss for the Heavenly Palace, said the burly evil demon ferociously. He flapped his wings and turned into a gust of wind. He then charged towards Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws tore through the air and moved towards Lu Ming. Fast, just as fast. Lu Ming shouted. All his cells shook at the same time. He used all his secret techniques. They turned into dazzling lights. Lu Ming looked like a celestial being. Boom. Lu Ming used all his strength and threw a punch. That punch collided with the burly evil demon's claws. There was an earth-shattering roar. Lu Ming's body shook violently. Once again, his body was like a meteorite, crashing toward the ground. Lu Ming's feet landed on the ground and his entire body bent down. However, he did not dare to stop. He exerted force in his legs and his body moved sideways. Boom. The burly evil demon landed on the place where Lu Ming had been a moment before. That evil demon's feet were also covered with sharp claws and bones. They were terrifyingly strong. A gigantic crater appeared in the ground. Violent energy swept out. Lu Ming had to strike with his palm to break the energy. You're strong but not enough, shouted the burly evil demon. He flapped his gigantic wings and charged towards Lu Ming. His claws kept clawing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming used all his strength to resist. Both of his fists were constantly bombarded. Every punch was filled with his strength. At the same time, the great evil sword art was also activated. It turned into evil swords and slashed towards the opponent. Both of them attacked at a very fast speed. Both of them were terrifyingly strong. However, even if Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, he was still not the opponent of this evil demon. Lu Ming pushed his battle strength to the peak, but he could only kill an opponent who was 5.5 levels higher than him. He was still half a level lower than the opponent. In the Divine Emperor realm, half a level difference was enough to crush the opponent. Just like how Lu Ming dealt with the one-horned evil demon and Sa Dao. It wouldn't be too difficult for this evil demon to deal with Lu Ming. In an instant, both of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Puff. Lu Ming's body was still caught by the evil demon's claws. A large piece of flesh was torn off. The violent chi blasted Lu Ming thousands of miles away. God knows how many huge rocks were smashed. Lu Ming vomited a mouthful of blood. His body was almost torn into two. The potential in each of his cells was crazily stimulated. It constantly emerged and turned into Lu Ming's strength. His body was recovering rapidly. If it wasn't for his tenacious vitality, that move would have taken away half of his life. Whoosh! The burly evil demon attacked again. Obviously, he didn't want to give Lu Ming a chance to breathe. In fact, he was also unable to calm down. Lu Ming's battle strength had shocked him. If Lu Ming broke through another level, the one who would be crushed would not be Lu Ming, but him. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming in one go. Come on, come on. Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He didn't retreat and counterattacked. He rushed towards the burly evil demon. Great Binding Art. Lu Ming used the Great Binding Art. An invisible force entangled the burly evil demon like a python. Sharp thorn-like chi pierced the evil demon's body. It wanted to bind his body and evil demon chi. Open for me. The burly abyss devil laughed wildly. His originally burly body became even more burly. With a boom, the invisible force that wrapped around his body was directly pushed away. Chapter 4083. The strength of the burly demon was very amazing. He actually forcibly broke free from the shackles of the Great Binding Technique. His huge demon claws continuously grabbed at Lu Ming. After Lu Ming used the Great Binding Technique, he mobilized all his strength and launched his strongest attack, which just happened to collide with the demon claws of the burly demon. Continuous roars sounded, and the two exchanged more than 10 moves in an instant. Lu Ming felt his arms go numb, and his bones groaned as he was unable to support himself. His figure retreated again. In the end, there was still a big gap in strength. Even with the Great Binding Technique, it was difficult to make up for it. Although the Great Binding Technique was mysterious, it also needed the support of cultivation. His cultivation was still a little low, and it was difficult to exert the full power of the Great Binding Technique. He could not trap the burly demon. What other moves do you have? Use them all. I will let you feel despair. The burly demon's eyes became even more ferocious. His figure did not stop. When Lu Ming retreated, he continued to attack Lu Ming. His sharp demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming waved his fist to block, but the burly demon's other demon claw changed direction and grabbed at Lu Ming from below. Puff! Lu Ming was caught again. 3 ribs flew out, and his flesh and blood splattered. His injury was even more serious. Fortunately, this was Lu Ming. If it had been someone else, they would have been killed under the circumstances where there was such a huge difference in their abilities. Just like the Horn Demon and Saber before, when facing Lu Ming, they did not last long and were killed by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's vitality was too tenacious. After resisting so many moves, he was still not killed. Go. The moment Lu Ming retreated, the Great God Wind Technique was fully operated. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, and he retreated. He understood that he was not the opponent's opponent. If he continued to fight, there was no chance of winning. Why should he continue to fight? Want to escape? In my hands, this is wishful thinking. The burly demon sneered. His demon wings flapped rapidly. His body was more than 10 meters tall, but his speed was astonishing. After Lu Ming was injured, his speed was not as fast as the burly demon. The distance between the two sides was closing again. Die. The burly demon launched a storm-like attack. His demon claws clawed out dozens of times in an instant, leaving claw marks everywhere in the air. But at this moment, there was a violent sound from Lu Ming's side. Then, an emerald green arrow suddenly appeared and shot at the burly demon's forehead. Fast, astonishingly fast, and the power was also astonishingly strong. In the face of this arrow, even the burly demon didn't dare to be careless. A sense of crisis arose in his heart. He had no choice but to stop attacking Lu Ming. His demonic claws suddenly grabbed backward. Clang! The sharp demonic claws grabbed the emerald green arrow, causing the sound of metal clashing and sparks to fly in all directions. Wang! The emerald green arrow kept shaking and finally collapsed. However, the burly demon's attack was also blocked. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Lu Ming quickly distanced himself from the burly demon. Mu Yin, follow me. Not far away, a graceful figure appeared. If it wasn't Ling Yue, who could it be? Lu Ming was incomparably surprised. He didn't expect that Ling Yue would suddenly appear when he couldn't find her after spending so much effort. Moreover, he discovered that Ling Yue's cultivation had broken through. Before entering this temporary planet, Ling Yue's battle strength was at the peak of the 4th layer of the God Emperor realm. Now Ling Yue had reached the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm. After Ling Yue obtained the opportunity of the Holy Seed Mother Tree, she completed the transformation. Her talent and battle strength had both increased by a lot. In a battle of the same level, Ling Yue's battle strength was stronger than the ordinary candidates of the Universe Prodigy list. Lu Ming estimated that if Ling Yue went all out, she could fight across 4.5 levels. The full strength of Ling Yue, who was at the 5th layer of the God Emperor realm, was not weaker than his full strength. That was why the arrow just now had forced the burly demon to block it. If it was before she broke through, it would definitely be impossible. At this moment, there was no time to think. Lu Ming's figure flashed as he rushed towards Ling Yue. Follow me. Ling Yue said as she brought Lu Ming and rushed in a certain direction. You want to leave? Both of you stay behind. The burly 10,000 devils roared and chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue. The burly demon's speed was extremely fast, quickly closing the distance between him and Lu Ming and the others. Swoosh! When the distance between the two sides was about to close, Ling Yue turned around and shot an arrow. What she was using now was naturally not the elven king bow that was stained with blood, because it was suppressed here and could not be used. What she was using was her origin secret technique. The arrow pierced through the air like a ray of light, shooting towards the burly demon's forehead. Facing Ling Yue's attack, the burly demon had no choice but to block it. Although Ling Yue's battle prowess was still lacking compared to his, he couldn't directly ignore it. He waved his hand to block, blocking Ling Yue's arrow. However, his figure was still blocked for a moment, and his speed slowed down. As for Lu Ming and Ling Yue, they took the opportunity to open up a distance between them. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to recover with all his might. Every cell in his body was trembling slightly. The potential in every cell was constantly gushing out, repairing his injuries. His body, which had been badly damaged, was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the burly abyss demon was shocked. This monster! The burly abyss demon roared in his heart, and became even more determined to kill Lu Ming. He chased after Lu Ming and Ling Yue even more crazily, but when the distance between them closed again, Ling Yue turned around and shot another arrow. The path of archery was best at long-range attacks. If it was anyone else, at such a distance, the power of their attacks would definitely be greatly weakened. However, Ling Yue's arrows were able to maintain their peak power. This was the advantage of a long-range attacker. After being blocked by Ling Yue's arrow, Lu Ming and Ling Yue took the opportunity to widen the distance between them. Just like this, they flew for a long distance, one chasing the other. After a period of time, Lu Ming's injuries were much better, and he wasn't far from returning to his peak state. At this moment, a forest appeared in front of them. Yes, it really was a forest. Lu Ming was extremely surprised. This was because this temporary planet was created by the master-level experts on both sides who had temporarily grabbed the rocks on the ground of the dark universe to refine it. This place was filled with bare rocks. How could there be a forest? Previously, Lu Ming hadn't seen a single blade of grass. Enter the forest. When Ling Yue saw the forest, her eyes lit up and she sent a sound transmission to Lu Ming. Lu Ming did not doubt him. Together with Ling Yue, he rushed into the forest. Just as they rushed into the forest, the burly abyss demon also rushed into the forest. However, when the burly abyss demon rushed into the forest, there were no traces of Lu Ming and Ling Yue. Instead, The trees in all directions came to life and charged towards the burly abyss demon. Chapter 4084. All the plants in the forest seemed to have come alive. They turned into terrifying monsters and charged towards the tall and sturdy demon. Illusory realm break. The tall and sturdy demon roared and clawed at the trees, causing them to explode. An illusion array break. Don't even think about trapping me. Break, 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 break. The tall and sturdy demon roared crazily, as if he had turned into a wild beast. Wherever he went, rocks would fly and huge craters would appear on the ground. At that moment, Lu Ming and Ling Yue had already left the forest and appeared on the other side. They weren't affected by the illusion array at all. Lu Ming was astonished. This illusion array was set up by an expert from the Heavenly Palace. It won't be able to stop that demon for long. Let's hurry up and leave this place. Come with me. Ling Yue hurriedly explained, and then flew in a certain direction. Lu Ming followed closely behind. Not long after, they appeared hundreds of thousands of li away and arrived at a secret place. At that moment, the two of them heaved a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lu Ming's injuries were almost healed. He couldn't see the slightest wound on his body anymore. Besides, he realized that his cultivation level had increased by a lot. The battle with the tall and sturdy demon before had been very dangerous. Lu Ming had been seriously injured. His life had been threatened, and his potential had been stimulated. The potential in his cells had been stimulated unceasingly. Now his cultivation level had taken a huge step forward. He wasn't too far away from the fifth godly emperor layer. Even though this battle had been difficult, he had also gained a lot. If he had cultivated step by step, he didn't know how long it would have taken him to obtain these gains. Why are you here? Also, what's going on in this area? Why haven't I met anyone from the Heavenly Palace, only demons? Immediately Lu Ming asked curiously. He had a lot of questions in his heart. This time, I came out to investigate the movements of the demons. I didn't expect that I would run into you being chased by Luoshi. Luoshi is the name of that demon just now. As for this area, the situation is very bad. Not only this area, but the situation in a large number of nearby areas is very bad because there is an extremely terrifying monster on the demon's side. Ling Yue explained. She seemed to have thought of something and her expression was very serious. An extremely terrifying demon. Even more powerful than that Luoshi? Lu Ming asked. Indeed, he's not just a little bit stronger, he's much stronger. That demon has the strength of the sixth godly emperor layer. And he's also a cultivator of the fifth godly emperor layer. He can defeat cultivators who are 5 levels stronger than him. Ling Yue said. What? Lu Ming's expression also changed greatly. A cultivator of the sixth godly emperor layer could fight cultivators who were 5 cultivation layers higher than him. That was terrifying. Luoshi could easily kill such a cultivator. Who would have thought that there would be such a terrifying existence among the demons? This abyssal should be the strongest of the chosen abyssal geniuses that participated in this war. During this period of time, he has swept through a large area. A massive number of chosen from the Heavenly Palace have died at his hands. There is simply no way for them to contend with him. The other demons gathered around him. With him as the core, they swept through a large area. That Luoshi is one of the strongest helpers of that demon. Ling Yue said. Does that mean that in this large area, the people of the Heavenly Palace have been killed? Lu Ming's expression became heavier. If that was the case, the Heavenly Palace would be in danger this time. No, there are still many survivors in the Heavenly Palace. It's all thanks to a demon from the world turtle. That demon has a strong cultivation base, and is also very strong in rune formations. Although he's not as good as Dandan, he's not much worse. During this time, it's all thanks to the formation of this demon from the world turtle, that the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were able to survive and escape the pursuit of the demons. The illusion formation was also set up by the demon from the world turtle, so that the people in the Heavenly Palace could avoid the demon's pursuit. Lu Ming understood that the illusion array in the forest previously was set up by the demon of the world's divine turtle. Now, the survivors in the Heavenly Palace were hiding in a formation set up by the demon from the world turtle to avoid the demon's pursuit. However, The situation was very critical because this temporary planet was only so big. Sooner or later, they would be found. At that time, no one would be able to contend against the strongest demon prodigy. The heavenly palace would also be defeated. Now more than half of the temporary planet is controlled by these demons. There are demons everywhere chasing after the people of the heavenly palace. It's very dangerous. Let's go back to the heavenly palace's place of residence first, Ling Yue said. Lu Ming nodded and did not object. Now more than half of the temporary planet had been swept away by the demons. There were almost no people from the heavenly palace. It was very dangerous for him to barge in alone. This was because on the demon's side, other than the strongest demon, there was more than one demon at the level of Luoshi. The two of them left this place, restrained their auras, and carefully headed in a direction. During this time, they met a team of demons. This team of demons did not have any terrifying prodigies, but the two of them did not make a move. Who knew if there were any terrifying demons like Luoshi nearby? If they made a move and attracted such demons, it would be troublesome. Even if the two of them joined forces, they would not be able to defeat an existence like Luoshi. After bypassing the team of demons, about 2 hours later, Lu Ming and company arrived at an ordinary rocky area. This area looked no different from other areas. There were messy rocks everywhere, and there was not a single living being. This is it. This place is covered by a large illusion array. It looks ordinary, but in fact the survivors of the heavenly palace are all inside. After Ling Yue finished speaking, she took out 2 jade tokens and handed one to Lu Ming. Then, the two of them flew forward. The jade tokens in their hands glowed with a ray of multicolored light and resonated with the array formation. In the next moment, ripples appeared in the void, and the two of them disappeared from their original spot. If one did not have that kind of jade token, one would not be able to enter the illusion array here. Even if one flew past this area, they would not be able to enter the illusion array. It had to be said that this illusion array was very mysterious. As soon as they entered the illusion array, the scene before them changed. Lu Ming swept his gaze across and saw many figures. This place was filled with protruding rocks. On the rocks, in 2s and 3s, they were all the prodigies of the heavenly palace. About 500 people. Lu Ming's heart sank. According to Ling Yue, more than half of the heavenly palace's prodigies on the temporary planet were gathered here. On the heavenly palace's side, there were a total of 3,000 people participating in the battle. On average, there were about 1,500 people on more than half of the temporary planet. But now there were only 500 people. Chapter 4085. Out of 1,500 people, only 500 or so were left. In other words, over 1,000 geniuses from the heavenly palace had died at the hands of the demons. This was a huge loss, and it was very unfavorable for the heavenly palace in the following battle. The arrival of Lu Ming and Ling Yue immediately attracted the attention of many people. That seems to be Mu Yun. That's right, it's said that he's Ling Yue's fiancé. I didn't expect Ling Yue to bring him along when she went out this time. I thought he died at the hands of the demons. I heard that Mu Yun's battle strength is extremely strong. I wonder if he can help us. No matter how strong he is, can he be stronger than that demon? Many people sighed, and some people had despair in their eyes. Mu Yun. At this moment a voice rang out, and a figure flew over. It was the battle god Yuan One. Brother battle god. Lu Ming greeted him with a smile. After not seeing him for a while, the battle god Yuan Wen's cultivation had also improved greatly. He had actually reached the peak of the 3rd Divine Emperor realm. It seemed that he had also gained a lot in the Fortune Tower. With the battle god Yuan Wen's battle strength, his cultivation was at the 3rd Divine Emperor realm, and he was able to match the 8th Divine Emperor realm, and even defeat the other party. The two of them could be said to have gotten to know each other after a fight, and there was a sense of appreciation for each other. Brother Mu, your cultivation is 1 level higher than mine, and you're in front of me again. I originally wanted to spar with you, but it seems that I can only do it next time. The battle god Yuan Wen smiled, his eyes burning with a strong fighting spirit. Although he was in a dangerous situation, he was still not discouraged, and had a strong fighting spirit. Suddenly, Lu Ming looked ahead. Swish, swish, swish in the void in front of him. There were a few light figures, constantly flickering, and at the same time, runes filled the air. Those light figures were clearly a few figures. With Lu Ming's eyesight, he naturally saw very clearly that there were 3 figures, and Lu Ming felt that each of these 3 figures was extremely strong. It gave off a feeling that it was not weaker than the Luoshi. One of them is from the Angel clan, one is from the Demon clan, and one is from the World Godly Turtle. They're all candidates for the universe's Young Geniuses list, and they all have the strength of the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're the 3 strongest people left in the Heavenly Palace. They're not weaker than Luoshi. Recently, they've been practicing a joint attack technique. They hope to be able to contend against the strongest genius of the demons. Ling Yue explained. Can a joint attack really contend against the strongest prodigy of the fiends? Lu Ming expressed his doubts. These 3 people's abilities were similar to Luoshi's, and they were all candidates for the Universe Genius list. They should be geniuses who could fight across 4 levels. However, the strongest prodigy of the demons was able to fight across 5 levels. If their cultivation levels were the same, their combat prowess would differ by an entire level. Even if the 3 of them joined forces, it was impossible to fight across a level. There's no other way. This time, those who participate in the battle are all people under 50,000 years old. The highest cultivation level is only the 6th Godly Emperor layer. They're almost the highest among the participants this time. Other than them, the others can't compete with the strongest genius of the fiends. And according to Dong Yuanqing, once he's proficient in his joint attack technique, the 3 of them can still fight against the fiends for a few dozen moves. In this way, the others can take the opportunity to escape. It's better than being completely crushed. Ling Yue explained. Dong Yuanqing was the name of the World Godly Turtle monster. If the 3 of them join forces to deal with the strongest genius of the fiends, then who will deal with the other geniuses of the fiends, such as the Luoshi? Lu Ming immediately thought of this question. The faces of the battle god and Yuanwen immediately darkened. There's no other way. The battle god shook his head. Of course, they had thought of this question. But what could they do about it? The strongest genius of the fiends was too strong. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, no one could fight against him alone. They could only gather more people to barely fight against him. But the fiends were a level lower, so no one could deal with them. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, it was extremely difficult. Damn it, unfortunately, my cultivation level is too low. If I had the cultivation level of the 6th Godly Emperor layer, I wouldn't have let that fiends run wild. The battle god gnashed his teeth. At the same level, he didn't fear the strongest genius of the fiends. Unfortunately, his cultivation level was too low. He was 3 levels lower than his opponent. At the same time, he looked at Lu Ming. He knew Lu Ming's fighting strength. At the same level, Lu Ming wasn't weaker than him. Unfortunately, Lu Ming's cultivation level wasn't enough. On the side of the Heavenly Palace, the 2 of them could fight across 5 levels if they were at the same level. Unfortunately, their cultivation levels were too low. They couldn't reverse the situation. While they were chatting, the 3 top geniuses in the sky stopped and gathered together to discuss something. Then they continued to practice their joint attack technique. As they practiced, a tortoise shell floated in the air. It was filled with an ancient aura. At this time, Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 stopped practicing again. This time, they smiled with satisfaction. It seemed that they had made good progress. Then, the 3 of them landed on 3 cliffs and sat down to meditate. Lu Ming and the others continued to chat. In the process of chatting, Lu Ming's body was still recovering on its own. He was getting closer to his peak state. About 2 hours later, at this time, a young man in a white robe landed beside the angel race's candidate on the Universe Genius list and whispered a few words. Shua. The angel race candidate on the Universe Prodigy list looked in Lu Ming's direction with a sharp gaze. His gaze was like lightning. Lu Ming sensed it instantly. Lu Ming's gaze also looked in that direction. Bunan. Ling Yue's expression changed slightly. This Bunan was the name of the angel race's candidate on the Universe Genius list. He was also one of the people who had practiced the joint attack technique with Dong Yuanqing. He was a 6th level godly emperor. Shua. Bunan stood up, took a step in the air, and appeared above Lu Ming and the others. He looked down at Lu Ming and the others with a cold aura. He didn't hide his hostility at all. Many people's gazes turned to look at him. I heard that Mu Yun once challenged Gabbert and made a 1,000-year promise. He has a grudge with the angel race. Many of them want to teach Mu Yun a lesson and curry favor with Gabbert. Bunan is going to make a move too? Is he also going to curry favor with Gabbert? Many people were discussing. Mu Yun, I didn't expect you to live until now. Very good, you can fulfill one of my wishes. Bunan said coldly. What does your wish have to do with me? Lu Ming said indifferently, his expression still calm. I once owed Gabbert a favor. This favor must be returned. Now kneel down and apologize to Gabbert in public. Then slap yourself 30 times. I will record it with the dream godly jade and send it to Gabbert. It can be considered returning the favor. Bunan's voice was cold and unquestionable. Chapter 4086. Brennan's tone was indisputable. His body was covered in holy light, and his eyes were as sharp as swords as he stared at Lu Ming. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. These angels were always acting all high and mighty, as if they were going to eat him up. Lafitte and the others were like that previously. Now they were already dead souls under his hands. And now it was the same with Brennan's behavior. Did he really think that he was very powerful? Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with him. There must be something wrong with your brain. Lu Ming curled his lips. Very well, I knew that you wouldn't give in so easily. Then, I'll beat you until you give in. Brennan said coldly. His voice was even colder. Before he finished speaking, a pure white light emitted from Brennan's glabella. A cross of holy light flew out from his glabella. After the cross of holy light left Brennan's glabella, it quickly expanded and pressed down on Lu Ming like a mountain. He attacked as he pleased. It was very domineering. Angels. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. These angels were really persistent. They seized the opportunity to deal with him. And this was after he challenged Gabbert. It could be considered as offending Gabbert. If the angels knew that Lafitte and dozens of other prodigies died in his hands, he wondered how they would react. They would probably go crazy. Lu Ming's body dashed upward and he threw a punch out. Boom. The punch landed in the middle of the cross of holy light, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The cross of holy light exploded and turned into light spots that dissipated in the air. Lu Ming's body trembled, and he took 3 consecutive steps back. Brennan grunted softly. He raised his eyebrows, looking a little surprised that Lu Ming could block his attack. You have some strength. No wonder you're so arrogant. But you're still far from being arrogant in front of me. Brennan's voice became even colder. Whoosh! The holy light on his body became even more intense. Pairs of angel wings stretched out from his back. There were a total of 6 pairs, 11 angel wings. This was a 12-winged angel. Among the angels, they were extremely rare 12-winged angels. The battle prowess and talent of the angels could be deduced from the number of wings they had. 8-winged angels could fight opponents 2 levels higher than them in the Divine Emperor realm. In the Divine Emperor realm, a 10-winged angel could fight someone who was 3 levels higher. A 12-winged angel, on the other hand, could fight someone who was 4 levels above them. In other words, as long as it was a 12-winged angel, it would be one of the candidates for the Universe Prodigy list. In the future, it would have a chance to enter the Universe Prodigy list. The 12 wings were as white as snow. Holy light soared into the sky. Bunan's aura rose to the peak. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming. If you don't kneel, then I'll beat you until you kneel. Bunan said coldly. He raised his hand, and the vast holy light once again turned into a cross-shaped holy light, pressing down on Lu Ming. This time, the cross-shaped holy light was much stronger than the previous one. The vast pressure rushed toward Lu Ming like a tide. Lu Ming's face was gloomy. All the cells in his body trembled. He activated all his secret techniques, and his body emitted a dazzling glow. Break it! Lu Ming let out a long howl and threw a punch. Lu Ming used all his strength in this punch, pushing his battle prowess to the peak. Boom! The 2 terrifying forces collided, causing the sky and earth to tremble violently. Fortunately, there was a formation guarding this place. Otherwise, it would have caused a terrifying commotion. However, many people's faces changed. They were afraid that the formation would be broken by the aftermath of the battle and attract the demons. In addition, many people were even more shocked by Lu Ming's battle prowess. Many people's eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Ming dared to confront Bunan head-on, and he could release such terrifying waves of energy. This meant that Lu Ming's battle prowess was also very shocking. He wouldn't be crushed one-sidedly. He could hold his own for a short while. Whoosh! A figure retreated rapidly. It was Lu Ming. He smashed a big pit in the ground. His face was a little pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Bunan's battle prowess was not weaker than the demon prodigy Luo Shi. Although Lu Ming blocked it, he was still injured. However, everyone was even more shocked. Lu Ming withstood Bunan's attack and only suffered minor injuries. His battle prowess was far beyond everyone's imagination. Among the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace, he was definitely one of the top fighters. Bunan frowned, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He had used all his strength, but he couldn't make Lu Ming kneel. He only made Lu Ming suffer some minor injuries. This made him very dissatisfied. He was a 12-winged angel of the Angel Clan. What kind of status did he have? You're courting death. A cold voice came out. Bunan attacked again. This time, a pure white feather flew out from his body and turned into a holy light sword. The sword light rushed into the sky and slashed violently at Lu Ming. The power of this attack was even more shocking. Swish! At this moment, an arrow shot out. Its speed was extremely fast, as if it had pierced through the void. In a flash, it hit the holy light sword. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The arrow exploded, but the holy light sword also trembled violently, and its light dimmed a lot. At the same time, Lu Ming soared into the sky and attacked with all his strength. Another boom rang out. Lu Ming's body flew back and smashed into the ground. However, the holy light sword also exploded. Ling Yue, you want to interfere too? Bunan's expression became even more gloomy. He coldly looked at Ling Yue. What do you think? Ling Yue drew her battle bow, and an arrow continued to condense, aiming at Bunan. At the same time, Lu Ming's body was enveloped in a dazzling light, and his battle-intent soared. Swish! A halberd also condensed in the battle god Yuanwen's hand. The halberd was pointed at Bunan, and the meaning was self-evident. Their figures flickered, and a few geniuses of the Battle Saint tribe also came to the side of the battle god Yuanwen, staring at Bunan. Battle Saint tribe, you guys also want to make a move? Good, very good. Then let's deal with all of you in one go. Bunan coldly spoke, his killing intent as sharp as a blade. His aura grew even stronger. Numerous cross-shaped divine swords floated in the air, and there were a total of 12 of them. Hold on, Bunan! With a light shout, an honest-looking young man stepped through the air. This young man was none other than the genius of the world turtle race, Dong Yuanqing. Right now, our common enemy is the devil. The devil hasn't arrived yet, so we can't kill each other and damage our strength. Dong Yuanqing said. Killing a few trash won't affect our strength. Don't worry. Bunan said. Oh, let's give it a try then. Lu Ming coldly laughed. Courting death. Bunan's eyes turned cold, and his sword Qi soared into the sky. Hold on. A figure appeared before Bunan. It was the peak demon-level genius of the devil race. Chapter 4087. The top genius of the demon clan, one of the candidates of the universe young geniuses list, stood in front of Bunan, preventing him from making a move. You can't make a move. If you cause too much of a commotion and break through the restrictions of the formation and attract demons, we'll all die. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you, said the genius of the demon clan coldly. His entire body was covered by demon qi. Obviously, he wanted to stop Bunan from making a move. He didn't want to help Lu Ming. However, if Lu Ming and Bunan fought, it might lead to very bad consequences. First, Lu Ming and Ling Yue's fighting strength was astonishing. In the Heavenly Palace, they were definitely the top fighting strength. If they died in Bunan's hands, it would undoubtedly weaken the fighting strength of the Heavenly Palace. Second, their fighting strength was too strong. Bunan couldn't kill them instantly. If he couldn't kill them instantly, the battle between the two sides would be very intense. If the fluctuations broke through the restrictions of the formation and attracted demons, they would all be in danger. Because of these 2 days, the genius of the demon clan had made a move to stop them. Dong Yuanqing also had the same idea. Bunan's face was gloomy. However, with the intervention of the genius of the demon clan and Dong Yuanqing, he definitely couldn't touch Lu Ming. Besides, how could he not know the 2 points from before? He was also very afraid. When he made a move before, he didn't expect Lu Ming to be so difficult to deal with. Later, he couldn't pull his face down, so he forced himself to make a move. Now that there was a way out, he naturally had to follow the way out. Mu Yun, this time, for the sake of brother Dong Yuanqing and brother and I'll spare you for the time being. After this battle with the demons, I'll make you pay the price," said Bunan coldly. Haha. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. Bunan thought that he was very strong. At most, his cultivation level was higher than his by 2 levels. Now Lu Ming's cultivation level was close to the 5th godly emperor layer. He believed that it wouldn't be long before he broke through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Once Lu Ming broke through to the 5th godly emperor layer, their fighting strength would be completely reversed. At that time, who would have to pay the price? Seeing Lu Ming's disdainful smile, Bunan's eyes flashed with murderous intent as his chest heaved up and down. He really wished he could immediately make a move and kill Lu Ming in one move. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. With a gloomy face, Bunan turned around and left, returning to the rock to rest. The demon prodigy was expressionless as he stepped into the air and left. As for Dong Yuanqing, he gave Lu Ming a kind smile and turned to leave. Mu Yun's strength has actually reached this level. Even Bunan can't do anything to him. That's right. I remember that when the matter between him and Ling Yue was in an uproar, his cultivation was only at the Divine Lord realm, and he could only compete with those quasi-emperors. So quickly, his strength is already able to show off in the Divine Emperor realm. This is absolutely astonishing. I didn't pay much attention to him back then, thinking that he could only show off his might in the Divine Lord realm. I didn't expect that his strength would surpass mine so quickly. Many people were secretly discussing and marveling at Lu Ming's strength. The main reason was that Lu Ming's rise was too short. Back then, the matter between Lu Ming and Ling Yue had caused an uproar. Many quasi-emperor level prodigies had gone to the Iron Sea Star Field Group to challenge Lu Ming, attracting the attention of many people. But how long had it been since that time? Lu Ming had grown to this extent. It was truly astonishing. At the same time, they thought of Ling Yue. Ling Yue's speed of improvement was similarly astonishing. If they continued to grow at this speed, there was a high chance that they would truly step into the universe prodigy list in the future. Hearing everyone's discussion, Bunan felt even more unhappy. It was as if he was the one who set off Lu Ming. Lu Ming used him as a stepping stone to boost his reputation. Bunan, adjust your mentality. We still have to cultivate the joint attack technique later. This is related to our own lives. As long as we defeat the demon, after we leave, wouldn't that Mu Yin be at your mercy? The demon prodigy sent a voice transmission to Bunan. Bunan took a deep breath and slowly calmed himself down. After a period of time, Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the demon prodigy continued to practice the joint attack technique. The joint attack technique was very mysterious. It was a secret technique of the world's divine turtle race. It wasn't easy to cultivate and required constant practice to familiarize oneself with it. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 3 days since Lu Ming arrived. In these 3 days, the Heavenly Palace would constantly send people out to investigate the situation outside. However, many people were sent out and few returned. Obviously, it was very dangerous to go out and investigate. Those who went out to investigate were mostly doomed. Especially on the 3rd day, not a single one of the 8 people sent out returned. This made everyone's hearts very heavy. They had a bad premonition, as if a storm was about to come. The heavy pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Rumble. Suddenly, heaven and earth shook violently. It was as if the entire world was shaking violently. The sky was shaking, and the earth was rumbling. Everyone's expression changed drastically. What's going on? Could it be that the demon found this place? Exclamations sounded one after another. Crack. Suddenly, The sound of porcelain shattering could be heard in the sky. Then a crack suddenly appeared in the sky. As soon as the crack appeared, it quickly expanded. Swoosh! Swoosh! Figures began to emerge from the cracks. Demons! All of them were demons. There were at least 1,000 of them densely packed together. The demons are here. That's Eugene, the demon prodigy Eugene. Someone exclaimed with a pale face. The leader of the demons was very eye-catching. This was because this demon looked very similar to a human. He was burly and wore red battle armor. He had a head of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a dancing flame. He held a demonic saber in his hand. This demonic saber was different from the other demonic sabers. It was fiery red and had demonic flames dancing on it. Eugene. Lu Ming had heard this name more than once during this period of time. Because of Eugene, the balance between the demons and the heavenly palace had been broken. The demons had gained the upper hand. He was the strongest genius of the demons who had participated in this battle. He had the strength of the 6th godly emperor layer. He was a peerless genius who could fight against cultivators who were 5 cultivation levels higher than him. The heavenly palace was in a state of chaos. Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace. Victory will be ours. Eugene waved his demonic saber. Die. Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace. Die. Shouted the other demons. They moved like lightning and threw themselves at the people of the heavenly palace. His speed was extremely fast. Before his figure had even reached them, a series of terrifying attacks had already rolled towards the people of the heavenly palace in an overwhelming manner. Fight them to the death. Fight to the death. Shouted the battle god, Yuan 1, and the others of the battle saint tribe. The other people of the heavenly palace also attacked the demons with their full strength. Chapter 4088. The people of the heavenly palace had no choice but to fight back. They couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Boom boom boom. The attacks from both sides collided in the air. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, tearing the earth and the void apart. The formation that covered the area was also torn to pieces by the violent shockwaves. After a wave of attacks, the two sides collided. Instantly, horrible shrieks filled the air. Many people had already died when they collided. Without a doubt, the people of the heavenly palace were at a complete disadvantage. As soon as the battle started, Eugene looked at Dong Yuan, Qing Bunan and the others. Dong Yuanqing and the other two began to execute a mystical footwork. Their figures flickered continuously, forming a mystical trajectory, as if they were executing a joint attack. Swoosh! A beam of godly light shot out from between them, and killed 2 of the young geniuses. A cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer, who could fight cultivators for levels higher than him, coughed up blood and was blown away. Joint attack? Interesting. Eugene revealed a look of curiosity as he stepped forward. His violent aura was like an erupting volcano. Nobody dared get close to Eugene, including the demons. Move aside and deal with the others. I'll deal with those 3, said Eugene coldly. He then moved towards Dong Yuanqing and the others. Swoosh! The demonic saber in his hand rapidly grew in size as he slashed out at Dong Yuanqing, and the other 2 with a shocking might. How terrifying! Ordinary cultivators of the 9th godly emperor layer couldn't withstand a single attack from him. They would all be killed instantly. He was relying on his own strength. He wasn't using a powerful weapon. The demon blade in Eugene's hand was condensed from his demon chi. It's Eugene. Stop him! Shouted Dong Yuanqing. The 3 geniuses used their full strength to launch a joint attack. Dazzling godly lights filled the air, and an ancient turtle shell appeared in the sky. Boom! The fiery red demonic saber struck the ancient tortoise shell, causing it to vibrate violently. Gotcha! The tortoise shell continued to vibrate, and in the end, it emitted a cracking sound. It was covered with numerous cracks, and in the end, it exploded with a bang. However, that demonic saber was also blocked. Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 were overjoyed. They had managed to block Eugene's attack. It's effective. The combined attack can block his attack. Great! Dong Yuanqing and the other 2 heaved a sigh of relief. Before the battle with Eugene, they were not confident at all. Now he finally had some confidence. Retreat! Everyone retreat to the eastern valley. We'll bring up the rear. Then Donjiwangking roared. Retreat. Let's go. The people from the heavenly palace shouted, and wanted to retreat to the east. However, how could the demons allow them to retreat? Kill. Don't let any of them go. They're all delicious. I swallowed 2 raw a few days ago. It was so delicious. The numerous abyssal geniuses roared as they charged forward with unstoppable momentum. In particular, there were a few demons who were simply too strong. They were on the same level as Dong Yuanqing and Bunan. Among them Luo Shi, who had fought with Lu Ming previously, was among them. These demons were unstoppable. No one could defeat them. Poof. A genius from the heavenly palace had his head crushed by Luo Shi's claw. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Then he took a step forward and crushed a genius from the heavenly palace. His eyes were ferocious as he glanced around. Then his gaze fell on Lu Ming. Boy, you ran away last time. Let's see where you can run this time. Luo Shi roared. He was very excited and his burly body rushed towards Lu Ming. Bang. Lu Ming threw a punch and a genius of the 4th godly emperor layer was smashed to pieces. He died on the spot. You came at the right time. Let's fight again. Lu Ming's eyes were like lightning. He was fearless as he rushed towards Luo Shi. The two of them were like 2 meteorites as they collided with each other. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion and Lu Ming was pushed back. However, Luo Shi's attack was also blocked. Mu Yin is attacking. He's going to fight Luo Shi. Let's retreat. When the geniuses from the heavenly palace saw that Lu Ming had blocked Luo Shi, they were overjoyed. They looked at Lu Ming gratefully and then ran towards the east. Die die die, shouted Luo Shi furiously. His eyes were filled with murder as he threw himself at Lu Ming. His gigantic demon claws were as big as a small mountain. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling rays of light. He pushed his combat ability to the peak as he fought with the Luo corpse. Lu Ming didn't fight against Luo Shi because he wanted to save other people. He wanted to use Luo Shi's strength to stimulate his potential and break through to the 5th godly emperor layer as soon as possible. The heavenly palace's situation was becoming more and more dangerous. They couldn't defeat the demons. If things went on like this, the heavenly palace would really be defeated in this confrontation. If the lips died, the teeth would be cold. If the heavenly palace was defeated, he would also be in danger. He had a strong sense of crisis. He had to break through quickly. Only by breaking through to the 5th godly emperor layer could he protect himself. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. He wanted to use Luo Shi's strength to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer as soon as possible. Lu Ming and Luo Shi had an intense battle. The two of them fought fiercely. It was very tragic. Just like last time, Lu Ming was still not a match for him. He was completely suppressed. After a dozen moves, his hands were covered in blood and flesh. Mu Yun. Not far away, Ling Yue looked worried. She wanted to draw her bow and help Lu Ming. Don't worry about me. Let me do it myself. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Ling Yue. His eyes were filled with determination as he continued to fight Luo Shi. As for Ling Yue, she could only draw her bow and shoot at another terrifying demon genius, blocking that person. You're courting death. The other demon genius was at the same level as Luo Shi. He stared at Ling Yue and attacked her. However, Ling Yue quickly retreated, not allowing her opponent to get close. She continued to draw her bow and shoot. Ling Yue was a long-range attacker. Only by distancing herself would she be able to unleash her strongest power. Furthermore, her speed was very fast. That demon wouldn't be able to catch up to her in a short period of time. Just like that, this powerful demon was restrained by Ling Yue for a short period of time. This way, the pressure on the heavenly palace's side was slightly reduced, allowing more people to rush towards the east. In the east, there was a canyon. Dong Yuanqing had already set up a formation there. It could be considered a formation within a formation, used to escape and move. Even so, the battle was still incomparably tragic. On the side of the heavenly palace, people were constantly falling. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had already endured dozens of attacks from Luo Shi. His injuries were very serious. His entire body was tattered, his bones were broken, and his flesh and blood were flying everywhere. It was a tragic sight. In the sky, the most important battle was the battle between Dong Yuanqing and the other two and Eugene. At this moment, the four of them had also exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Dong Yuanqing and the other two were no longer a match for them and were retreating step by step. Chapter 4089. Dong Yuanqing and the other two had exchanged dozens of blows with Eugene. This was already their limit, and they were only able to achieve this result by relying on their joint attack technique. Otherwise, they would have been crushed like rotten wood. Even so, they were still forced to retreat. Fortunately, almost all of the remaining people from the Heavenly Palace had rushed into the valley. Let's retreat too. Dong Yuanqing sent a sound transmission to Bunan and the others. Boom. They condensed another turtle shell and blocked Eugene's saber strike. The turtle shell shattered and the violent saber chi rushed towards them. Their bodies trembled, and their faces turned pale. However, with the help of this force, they retreated rapidly and rushed towards the eastern valley. You want to leave? Leave all of them behind. Eugene shouted coldly as the saber light slashed out once again. Muyin, retreat. At the side, Ling Yue shouted and shot an arrow. This arrow was shot towards the Luo corpse. As for Lu Ming, while the Luo corpse was blocking Ling Yue's arrow, he explosively retreated and also rushed towards the eastern valley. In fact, he was very close to the eastern valley. During the battle with the Luo corpse, Lu Ming had intentionally or unintentionally approached the eastern valley. The reason he fought with the Luo corpse was to stimulate his potential so that he could break through. He wasn't courting death, so he would naturally leave a way out for himself. As for Ling Yue, she had been swimming the entire time, and was even closer to the eastern valley. Therefore, Lu Ming and Ling Yue moved and rushed into the valley. As soon as they rushed into the valley, the environment of the world suddenly changed, completely changing its appearance. This was an illusion array. Even if the demons followed them in, they wouldn't be able to find any traces of them. Following that, the jade talisman on their bodies lit up, and Lu Ming felt a wave of energy envelop his entire body. Lu Ming did not resist and allowed the force to pull him. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from where he stood. Then Lu Ming found himself underground. Array within array. There was an escape array within the illusion array that allowed them to enter the ground. Underground, there was a passage that led to the front. Ling Yue was right beside him. In addition, there were other people from the Heavenly Palace. Go, let's go. Someone from the Heavenly Palace shouted. Then they followed the passage and rushed forward. At the end of the passage, another matrix appeared. They stepped into the formation and left in a flash. In the next moment, they appeared on the ground, but they were already far away from the area they were in. There was more than one hiding place in the Heavenly Palace. Previously, Dong Yuanqing had set up formations in different places in the area as hiding spots. They had just moved to another hiding place. People kept appearing beside them. However, Dong Yuanqing and the other two were nowhere to be seen. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Dong Yuanqing and the other two were the strongest among them, so they could not fight. If they did, the Heavenly Palace would be finished in this battle. Fortunately, not long after, there was a flash of space, and three figures appeared. These three people were none other than Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the Devil Race's prodigy. The three of them were pale and their auras were weak. Blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Clearly they were injured. However, they survived in the end. Brother Dong Yuanqing, have you gotten rid of those devils? I wonder if the devils will chase after us? Someone asked worriedly, afraid that the devils would follow the path they took. Don't worry, the matrix behind us will automatically be destroyed. They won't be able to catch up to us. They won't be able to find us in a short period of time. Our injured friends can have a good rest. Dong Yuanqing said. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, when they looked around, their hearts became even heavier. Only about 300 people could make it here. Previously, there were 500 people. In other words, another 200 people from the Heavenly Palace had been killed by the devils in the battle just now. The Heavenly Palace's strength was getting weaker and weaker. If this continued, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous for them. Everyone, let's have a good rest first. Dong Yuanqing said. After saying that, he found a place, sat down cross-legged, swallowed a few divine pills, and began to heal his injuries. The others also found a place to sit down and meditate. In this battle, everyone had more or less suffered different degrees of injuries and needed to rest. Lu Ming also found a place and sat down cross-legged. He activated the forbidden power, and his injuries quickly recovered. In the battle just now, Lu Ming's injuries were very serious. They were not any weaker than the previous battle with Luo Shi. Of course, the potential that was stimulated was also very shocking. In their previous hiding place, rumble, the ground kept shaking. A large number of devils stood in the void and raised the valley in the east to the ground. Damn it! That kid got away again. The next time I catch him, I'll skin him alive and pull out his tendons. Luo Shi roared. The other devils were also unhappy. Eugene stood in the void, his eyes as cold as a knife. This temporary planet is only so big. Let's see where they can run to. Pass down the order. Search thoroughly. We must find the people from the heavenly palace. Eugene ordered. On this temporary planet, Eugene was the strongest prodigy with the strongest combat strength. The other devils naturally obeyed Eugene's orders. Thousands of devils divided into groups and searched for the people from the heavenly palace on a large scale. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the new hiding place, after 2 days, most of the people's injuries were more or less healed. Lu Ming's injuries were also healed. Not only had he recovered to his peak condition, but his cultivation level had also increased. He had broken through to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer. I didn't break through. What a pity. Lu Ming was annoyed. He had wanted to take this opportunity to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Originally, he had a chance, but unfortunately, his cells didn't have enough potential. After breaking through to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer, it would be difficult for him to break through again. Lu Ming could only sigh speechlessly. He then took out the spirit wood heart and began to absorb it to store his potential again. Time passed. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During those 5 days, the devils didn't find them, which gave them a chance to rest. After those 5 days, almost everyone's injuries had healed. As for Lu Ming, he had also restored the potential in his cells to 100%. The price was that he had consumed 9,000 spiritual wood hearts. He had obtained 50,000 spiritual wood hearts from the fairy clan. There wasn't much left. Only half of them were left. My potential is full. Unfortunately, I still need one more step to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. One more step. Lu Ming was lost in thought. Then he looked in a certain direction. He was looking in the direction of Bunan, the genius of the angel clan. Lu Ming's eyes glittered. Chapter 4090. Lu Ming was just a hair away from breaking through to the 5th godly emperor layer. It was just a hair's breadth away. If he cultivated step by step, it would take a long time. But if there was enough pressure, he could stimulate his potential and break through very quickly. There were no evil demons here, so he could only fight against the people of the heavenly palace. But there were only 3 people from the heavenly palace who could give him enough pressure. One was Dong Yuanqing, one was a peerless cultivator from the demon clan, and the third was Bunan. But Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan had no enmity with him. Even if he wanted to fight against them, they wouldn't want to kill him, so he wouldn't be able to stimulate his potential. Bunan was more suitable for him. Lu Ming wanted to challenge Bunan. He wanted to use his strength to break through to the 5th godly emperor layer. But when he glanced at Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan, he had to give up on that idea. If he really fought against Bunan, it would cause a huge commotion. It would probably attract the evil demons. Dong Yuanqing and the demon clan wouldn't let them fight. They would try to stop them. Lu Ming thought about it for a moment and decided to focus on cultivation. Suddenly, the ground started shaking. Everybody was startled. They stopped cultivating and released their divine qi. They were on guard. They thought the evil demons had arrived. But they didn't see the evil demons. They saw a beam of light. In the distance, a beam of light shot up to the sky. It passed through the deployment spell they had set up. That beam of light was black and white. It was as if a white divine dragon and a black divine dragon were entangled together, spiraling upwards. That's the place where the maps of the Good Fortune lands are hidden. The maps of the Good Fortune lands are about to appear. Someone exclaimed. On this temporary planet, the master-level existences of the Celestial Palace and the demons had each set up a land of good fortune. But they were hidden very well. Without a map, they wouldn't be able to find them. The maps of the two lands of good fortune were hidden in the same place. Only when the battle between the two sides reached a certain point, and a certain number of people died would the maps appear. The black and white beam of light meant that the maps of the two good fortune lands were about to appear. Furthermore, it wasn't particularly far from them. Looking at the distance, it should be on the half of the planet that was close to them. Were they going to snatch the map? Everyone looked at each other and hesitated for a moment. The black and white pillars of light were so obvious. If they saw it, the demons must have seen it too. The demons would definitely go there. If they left here to seize the map, they would definitely encounter the demons. How could they be a match for the demons? If he went, wouldn't he be courting death? However, they were now at a complete disadvantage and were completely passive. They were being chased by the demons all day long. The land of fortune could be said to be their last chance. The purpose of a land of good fortune was to give the side that was behind a chance to make a comeback, filling the battle with suspense. If they did not fight for it and instead let the demons take the map and obtain the creation of the land of creation, then the strong would become stronger and the weak would become weaker. Then the heavenly palace would have no chance at all. What awaited them was only defeat and death. Do you want to give it a shot? I think we should give it a shot. Otherwise we'll definitely lose. The outcome is already decided. If we hide here, we'll be found sooner or later. We're just waiting for death. That's right. I think we should give it a shot too. I'd rather die in battle than wait for death here. That's right. Many people's fighting spirit was aroused and they decided to give it a shot. In the end, everyone looked at Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the monster from the demon race. The three of them were the strongest among the group. If the three of them were unwilling to go, then their chances would be slim even if they went. I think we have to give it a shot, but we can't be impulsive. What if the demons are waiting for us to take the bait? I think we should send someone out to investigate the situation before making a decision. What do you think? Dong Yuanqing said and then looked at Bunan and the monster from the demon race. I have no objections. I have no objections either. Bunan and the monster from the demon race nodded. Very well. Send someone out to investigate the demon's situation now. Dong Yuanqing nodded and immediately began to select people to go out and investigate the situation. Although those who were selected were unwilling, they had no choice but to leave this place to investigate the situation. Everyone waited quietly. Not long after, someone returned. They said that there were no traces of the demons in the surrounding area. The demons should have all gone in the direction of the black and white light pillar to snatch the map. After hearing this news, everyone began to discuss again whether they should go and snatch the map. Now that things had come to this, everyone hesitated again. After all, their strength was too far away from the demons. If they went to fight with the demons for the map, it was very likely that they would be annihilated by the demons before they could obtain the map. It was a matter of life and death. Everyone began to hesitate again. Swoosh. At this moment, Lu Ming stepped into the air and exuded a powerful aura. Boom. Lu Ming blasted out a punch. A fist force penetrated the void and blasted toward Bunan. It happened so suddenly that everyone was stunned. They did not know why Lu Ming would suddenly attack Bunan. Bunan was also a little stunned. However, he was a peerless monster after all. His reaction was very fast. He opened his mouth and let out a long roar. A pure white sword light shot out from his mouth and slashed at Lu Ming's fist force. Boom. With a violent roar, Lu Ming's fist force was dispersed by the sword light. Kid, you're courting death. Bunan roared. A terrifying aura burst out. 12 wings stretched out and a terrifying holy light shot up into the sky, illuminating the sky. Do you only know how to talk? Let's see what you're capable of. Lu Ming did not stop. He raised his combat strength to the extreme. His body was covered in dazzling light. Both of his fists blasted out continuously. Streaks of terrifying fist force blasted toward Bunan. You're courting death. Bunan roared. He clenched his fist and a cross-shaped holy sword appeared. With a flap of his angelic wings, he turned into a holy light and rushed toward Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them clashed fiercely. All of this happened too suddenly. Many people just woke up from their daze. What's wrong with Mu Yun? Why is he suddenly fighting with Bunan? I don't know. He suddenly attacked. He must be crazy. You're courting death. This time, Bunan will definitely not let him go. Could it be that he doesn't want to die in the hands of the devil, and wants to die in the hands of Bunan? However, if he dies in the hands of the devil, he will become his food. That's too miserable. Many people were discussing among themselves. They could not figure out Lu Ming's thoughts. Dong Yuanqing and the monster from the devil race were also stunned. The battle broke out too suddenly. They wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Chapter 4091. Dong Yuanqing and the demon cultivator wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Besides, they didn't have any intention of stopping him. That was because the demons were heading towards the black and white pillars of light to obtain the map. No matter how big the commotion was, it wouldn't attract the demons. In their opinion, Lu Ming was overestimating himself. He was obviously weaker than Bunan, but he still took the initiative to attack him. He was courting death. However, Lu Ming was also a strong fighter. They planned to save Lu Ming when Lu Ming was half dead. Ling Yue was in a daze at first. Lu Ming's sudden attack on Bunan was too sudden. However, after spending some time with him, he had a better understanding of Lu Ming. She knew that Lu Ming wouldn't attack Bunan for no reason. There had to be a reason. Therefore, she secretly circulated her godly strength. As long as anyone tried to stop Lu Ming, she would stop them. At the same time, when Lu Ming was in danger, she could save Lu Ming. Boom boom. Lu Ming and Bunan's battle was very intense. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged more than 10 moves. Bunan was really strong. He wasn't any weaker than Luo Shi. As soon as they started fighting, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. However, during this time, his cultivation level had risen to the top of the 4th godly emperor layer. His strength had increased a little. He was in a better situation than when he had fought Luo Shi. After a dozen moves, Lu Ming retreated rapidly. He felt like every muscle in his body was shaking violently. He felt like he was being torn apart. Not enough again, shouted Lu Ming. He took the initiative to attack Bunan. Before he arrived, he had already used the Great Demon Sword technique. A dozen demon swords whistled through the air and shot towards Bunan. At the same time, Lu Ming activated the Great Divine Wind technique and the Great Shattering technique to the extreme. He continuously punched out. Streams of fist force smashed toward Bunan like meteors. Angelic sword. Bunan roared, and the holy light on his body became even more intense. More than a dozen pure white feathers flew out and transformed into 12 pure white divine swords. They pierced through the air, as if they were going to split the sky in half. The 12 angelic divine swords were the first to clash with the dozen or so demonic swords, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. The dozen or so demonic swords collapsed immediately. They only managed to resist for a single breath. Then the angelic godly sword collided with Lu Ming's fist energy. The terrifying chi was like waves of water, rushing in all directions. It was very shocking. The surrounding people hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from it, afraid that they would be swept up. The rocks on the ground exploded, and the void was torn apart. The entire world was shaking violently. The formation covering this area was also constantly vibrating, and a strong force seeped out of the formation. If there were demons around, they would definitely be attracted by the commotion. This was also the reason why Lu Ming didn't make a move earlier. After a series of booming sounds, Lu Ming's figure retreated again. This time, Lu Ming was injured. A sword light had pierced through his chest, and a hideous wound had appeared. I can feel it, whispered Lu Ming. He could sense that his cells were trembling. His potential was unceasingly being stimulated. His injuries were quickly healing. At the same time, that potential was transforming into his cultivation. He could sense that the bottleneck of the 5th godly emperor layer was about to loosen. He could already see the 5th godly emperor layer waving at him. Just one more step. Lu Ming had the impression that he was one step away from breaking through to the 5th godly emperor layer. Bunan, is that all you've got? That's the 12-winged angel of the angel clan? You're not as good as the rumors, shouted Lu Ming. You want to die? I will cut you into 10,000 pieces, shouted Bunan furiously. His eyes were filled with murder. He was a 12-winged angel of the angel race. Moreover, his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Lu Ming's. However, he could not do anything to Lu Ming even after exchanging many blows. To him, this was a great humiliation. He had already decided that no matter what, he had to kill Lu Ming. No matter who tried to stop him, it was useless. Angel King. Bunan let out a long howl as holy light shot into the sky. In the next moment, a huge figure emerged from his body. It was the silhouette of an angel, but it was gigantic. It had 12 angel wings, but those wings weren't white, they were golden. At the same time, it had a crown on its head. It was the silhouette of the Angel King. Boom. As soon as the silhouette of the Angel King appeared, a terrifying chi exploded like a volcano. The silhouette of the Angel King was holding an angel godly sword, and it moved towards Lu Ming. Boom boom boom. Heaven and earth exploded, and the void collapsed under the angel godly sword. Lu Ming felt a terrifying pressure pressing down on him. All the muscles in his body suddenly tensed up. Mu Yun. Ling Yue cried out in alarm, revealing a worried expression. This was because Bunan's move was too terrifying. Even though she was a distance away, she could still feel the astonishing power. A battle bow appeared in her hand, ready to save him at any time. Don't do it, let me do it myself. Lu Ming's voice came into Ling Yue's ears. Her movements immediately stopped. Come on, come on. Just use this move to help me break through. Lu Ming's eyes revealed an excited light. Before this move even arrived, Lu Ming already felt an extremely strong pressure. Under the strong pressure, the potential in Lu Ming's cells was constantly being stimulated. My strongest move. Lu Ming roared, and all of his strength erupted in an instant. His entire body turned into a ball of dazzling light as he soared into the sky, charging towards the sword slashed out by the Angel King's silhouette. Boom. In the next moment, the attacks of the two collided heavily. This time, it was as if two planets had collided. The terrifying strength chi swept out, and wherever it passed, the void collapsed into chaos and darkness. Retreat! Quickly retreat! The surrounding people were already far enough away, but now, they realized that they were not far enough. The terrifying strength chi quickly swept towards them, and everyone retreated once again. Look, Mu Yun can't take it anymore. Someone shouted. Everyone saw that the ball of light that Lu Ming had transformed into was violently shaking, and then with a schwa sound, it smashed towards the ground. Like a meteor, it heavily smashed into the ground. The ground shook continuously, and gravel flew everywhere. The gravel carried a wave of air that swept in all directions. How is it? Everyone stared in that direction. Soon the gravel scattered, and a huge crater appeared on the ground. It was dark and unfathomable. Under this move of mine, Mu Yun can only die. Bunan said coldly. He stood in the air, and the huge shadow of the Angel King still appeared behind him. Chapter 4092. Mu Yun is dead? The crowd was stupefied when they heard Bunan. Such a strong cultivator had been killed by Bunan just like that? That Mu Yun really wanted to die. He wasn't as strong as Bunan, but he took the initiative to fight against him. He deserved to die. Indeed, he deserved it. That's what happens when you overestimate yourself. Some people were talking loudly. They were obviously trying to curry favor with Bunan. Mu Yun. Ling Yue tightly gripped the bow in her hand as she stared at the huge pit. Even though she knew that Lu Ming had a goal, she still couldn't help but worry when she saw that. In the sky, Dong Yuanqing and the demon cultivator shook their heads. They felt it was a pity, but they didn't know why, but deep in their hearts, they sighed with relief. Lu Ming was too strong. He only had the strength of the 4th godly emperor layer, but he was already so strong. It was unimaginable. They felt a lot of pressure from him. Lu Ming's cultivation level was only 2 layers lower than theirs. If Lu Ming's cultivation level caught up with theirs, he would surpass them sooner or later. If they could survive this ordeal, Lu Ming would become their strongest competitor in the future. At that moment, Lu Ming had died at Bunan's hands. They would have one less enemy. Anyway, even though Mu Yun's fighting strength is not bad, he won't be able to help us in the battle against the evil demons. If the Heavenly Palace wants to win, they still need the good fortune of the land of creation. The demon genius thought to himself. However, at the next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he stared at the huge pit that Lu Ming had created. Because at that moment, a powerful qi had suddenly emerged from the crater. As soon as that qi appeared, it started rising rapidly. Very quickly, it reached the top of the fourth godly emperor layer. Then boom! An even more terrifying qi emerged. It broke through the limit of the fourth godly emperor layer, and reached the fifth godly emperor layer. He had broken through. At this moment, these three words automatically popped up in everyone's minds. Lu Ming had actually broken through. Just now, everyone still thought that Lu Ming was killed by Bunan's ultimate move, and had already thoroughly perished. They did not expect that not only did Lu Ming not perish, he broke through instead. What was going on? He was severely injured, but not only was he fine, he even managed to make a breakthrough in his cultivation. What kind of monster was this? Many people felt as if their brains had been blown away. Brennan's eyes were red. They were blood red. That was the result of his anger. The murderous intent on his body became even more intense, and his face was completely distorted. Could it be that not only did his strongest move fail to kill Lu Ming, it had instead become Lu Ming's assistance and helped him break through? Unbearable. Unbearable. Brennan felt that he was about to be ignited by anger and jealousy. You want to break through? Impossible. Die. You bastard. Die. Bunan roared crazily like a mad beast. Swish. He attacked with all his might, his palm slashing towards the huge pit. Immediately, the angel sword in the hand of the phantom of the Angel King also slashed down towards the huge pit. This sword strike was made by Bunan in a fit of rage, and its power was extremely powerful. He wanted to kill Lu Ming completely before Lu Ming had completely broken through. At this moment, he no longer cared about the great battle with the demons. At this moment, there was only one goal in his heart, and that was to kill Lu Ming. If he didn't kill Lu Ming, this matter would become his inner demon, forever following him and obstructing his future cultivation. Bunan, stop! Ling Yue roared and shot out an arrow with all her might. An arrow pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, and hit the angel sword of the phantom of the Angel King. With a boom, Ling Yue's arrow exploded. However, the phantom of the Angel King's divine sword continued to slash down. There was still a huge gap between Ling Yue's battle strength and Bunan's. Although she had offset the power of the divine sword, she couldn't completely block the attack of the divine sword. The gigantic angelic divine sword continued to slash at the huge pit where Lu Ming was. With a loud bang, it slashed at the huge pit. A huge crack appeared on the ground, and the crack spread rapidly into the distance. But at that moment, a dazzling fist energy soared into the sky from the huge pit and hit the angel sword. With an earth-shattering explosion, the fist energy and the angel sword both dissipated. A moment later, a figure rose from the huge pit and stood in the air. His entire body was enveloped by a dazzling multicolored light. He looked extraordinary. The person in the multicolored light was naturally Lu Ming. In the battle with Bunan, Lu Ming had finally stimulated his potential and broken through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. His cultivation had reached the fifth layer of the godly emperor layer, and his battle strength had greatly increased. I didn't have enough fun just now. Now I'll fight with you again. Lu Ming stepped out. With every step he took, there was a roaring sound in the void. After a few steps, he was already close to Bunan. Boom. A fist blasted towards Bunan. The violent fist energy pierced through the void and crushed towards Bunan. Its power was extremely strong. The might of this punch made Bunan's entire body tense up, giving him a strong sense of crisis. Slash! Shouted Bunan. The phantom of the Angel King's divine sword slashed towards Lu Ming. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion spread in the air. This time Lu Ming didn't move at all. However, the angel sword was shaking violently. It seemed like its light had dimmed. Bunan's body shook violently. He couldn't help but take a few steps back. How is that possible? shouted Bunan in disbelief. That's all you've got? I'll suppress you, shouted Lu Ming as he punched with both fists. His fists contained the power of various secret arts, including the power of the Great God Wind art and the Great Shattering art. Bunan roared. He controlled the phantom of the Angel King to fight against Lu Ming with all his strength. Boom, boom, boom. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. In an instant there were 10 rumbling sounds. Finally there was a loud bang. The angel sword in the phantom of the Angel King exploded. Lu Ming rushed over and attacked with all his might. He pierced through the head of the Angel King. Then the phantom of the Angel King exploded. When the phantom of the Angel King exploded, Bunan suffered a backlash. He screamed and coughed up blood. His body was sent flying. Swish. Lu Ming followed up and punched Bunan's face. Bunan screamed in pain. His body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit that was bigger than the one Lu Ming had created. Bunan was lying in the huge pit, vomiting blood. His body was twitching, and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Lu Ming stepped out and was about to fall into the huge pit. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Mu Yin, stop. How dare you? The other angels shouted. However, when they saw Lu Ming's cold gaze, they trembled in fear. They didn't dare to step forward. Chapter 4093. Mu Yin, please be merciful. At this time Dong Yuanqing shouted. That's right, we still have to fight with the demons in the future. Bunan is an important battle force, please spare his life. The demon genius from the demon clan also tried to persuade him. Their eyes were also filled with shock. Today's scene was truly out of their expectations. Now they finally understood why Lu Ming suddenly attacked Bunan. It was probably because Lu Ming himself felt that he was about to break through, so he attacked Lu Ming's opponent and used Bunan's pressure to help him break through. Many peerless monsters had such an experience. For example, they had done such a thing before. However, that was when their cultivation was still relatively low. Ever since they stepped into the Divine Lord realm, it was very difficult. The higher the cultivation, the harder it was to break through. Not to mention the Divine Emperor realm. And Lu Ming, at the Divine Emperor realm, was actually able to borrow the pressure of the other party to break through. It was truly shocking. Once he broke through, he completely reversed the situation and suppressed Bunan, revealing a terrifying battle strength. This kind of battle strength had already surpassed theirs. Therefore, they had no choice but to be cautious with their tone towards Lu Ming. It's fine if you want me to let him go. Beg for mercy and apologize. Lu Ming looked coldly at Bunan below. The first time he met Bunan, the other party wanted to make a move on him, and even wanted him to kneel down and apologize to Gabbert. He wanted to use the Dream Jade to record it. If not for Lu Ming's strength being strong enough and Ling Yue's help, and Bunan himself being worried that the battle would attract demons, things would not have ended so easily. Lu Ming was not such an easy person to talk to. If there was a chance, he would naturally take revenge. You want me to apologize? Impossible. Bunan roared, his face incomparably ferocious. Who was he? He was a peerless genius of the Angel clan, a 12-winged angel, a candidate for the Universe Genius list. In the Angel clan, his talent was not inferior to Gabbert's. If it weren't for the fact that he was younger than Gabbert and had a huge gap in cultivation, his status wouldn't be any lower than Gabbert's. With his status, being defeated by Lu Ming was already a great humiliation. Now he had to apologize to Lu Ming. How was that possible? What did he do wrong? Impossible? Alright, since you have the guts and aren't afraid of death, I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming coldly spoke. He clenched his fist in the air as a devil sword materialized. His killing intent was as cold as ice. How dare you, Mu Yin? I am a 12-winged angel of the angel race. I am the pillar of the angel race. If you dare to kill me, you are courting death. The angel race will never let you off. Bunan roared. He was certain that Lu Ming would not dare to kill him. The other angels were still fine, but 12-winged angels were not to be underestimated. They were extremely rare, and every single one of them would be extraordinary when they grew up. A 12-winged angel had the chance to break through to the Almighty Realm. Once they broke through to the Almighty Realm, they would be the top experts in the universe. They were extremely important to a large race. Many of the powerful races on the primitive 10,000 races list didn't have any almighty realm existences. Once a race produced an almighty realm existence, the race's status in the primitive universe would skyrocket. The weight of their words in the heavenly palace would also increase. Being able to obtain a huge amount of resources for the race was crucial to the development of the race. This showed the importance of an almighty realm expert. At the same time, it also showed the importance of someone who had the chance to break through to the almighty realm. The angel race would definitely seek revenge if such an important person was killed by Lu Ming. Therefore, Bunan had nothing to fear. In fact, many people present also thought so. They thought that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to kill Bunan. We'll talk about the future later. If you don't apologize now, I'll feel uncomfortable. This is more important. Lu Ming's face revealed a sinister expression. He smiled sinisterly and pounced on Bunan like a bolt of lightning. The devil's sword in his hand whistled as it slashed out. Splat! Blood splattered 30 feet away. When Lu Ming charged out of the crater again, he had a head in his hand. It was Bunan's head. No. No, no. This time, Bunan really screamed in terror. Bunan wasn't dead yet. A person like him wouldn't die after his head was cut off. He was only heavily injured. No. Didn't you say that I wouldn't dare to kill you? Lu Ming's voice grew colder. He held Bunan's head in his hand. If he exerted a little force, Bunan's head would explode. The soul residing inside would also be annihilated instantly. Bunan was almost scared to death. From Lu Ming's voice and Lu Ming's expression, he could feel that Lu Ming really dared to kill him. This was a crazy person. He was capable of doing anything. He had a feeling that if he continued to be stubborn, Lu Ming wouldn't hesitate to shatter his head. Around them, the others also looked at each other. They saw the horror in each other's eyes. They didn't expect Lu Ming to be so bold. He even dared to kill a 12-winged angel of the angel race. Many people's fear of Lu Ming deepened. Okay, I apologize. I admit my mistake. Bunan roared. In the end, he chose to submit. What did you do wrong? Lu Ming said lightly. I shouldn't have interfered in the matter between you and Gabbert. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. If I meet you in the future, I'll take the initiative to avoid you. Bunan roared. In order to survive, he was ready to risk everything. I'll spare your life this time. Lu Ming snorted. With a wave of his hand, Bunan's head flew out. It flew to his body and connected with his neck. It quickly stuck together. Huff. Huff. Bunan gasped for breath. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with fear. The reason why Lu Ming didn't kill Bunan wasn't because he didn't dare. He was indeed a little afraid of the angel race, but not to the extent that he didn't dare. The main reason was that the battle with the demons wasn't over yet. He still needed Bunan. Bunan, Dong Yuanqing, and Dong Yuanqing had practiced their joint attack for many days. It was a great help at a critical moment. Because even though Lu Ming's cultivation had broken through to the 5th godly emperor realm, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to defeat Eugene alone. He needed the help of others. Taking this into account, Lu Ming spared Bunan's life. Everyone, the demons have already set off for a long time. There's no time to lose. We should set off now. If we're late, the demons will take away both maps. Then, we won't be able to reverse the situation. Lu Ming said. His voice spread throughout the entire area. That's right. It's time to set off. Now that Brother Mu's cultivation has broken through and his fighting strength has increased greatly, it's the luck of the heavenly palace. Dong Yuanqing said. When they heard Dong Yuanqing, many people's faces were filled with joy. Indeed, Lu Ming's fighting strength had increased greatly. He could even defeat Bunan. It could be said that he was the strongest cultivator in the heavenly palace. It was a good thing for everyone. Chapter 4094. Soon, everyone made a final decision. They would set off immediately to fight for the map with the demons in front of the black and white light pillars. At the very least, they had to get the map of the heavenly palace. Only then would they have a chance of winning. After making up their minds, they did not hesitate and set off immediately. They left the area and rushed toward the black and white light pillars. Bunan was also recovering from his injuries with the help of the other 2 prodigies of the angel race. Although his injuries were quite serious, Lu Ming knew how to control his strength. They were all superficial wounds and did not hurt his core. Therefore he recovered quickly. It would not be long before he recovered to his peak. They were very fast. The black and white light pillars were getting clearer and clearer. The sky was covered by the black and white light. Even on the other side of the planet, they would be able to see it. It was conceivable that it would not be long before all the prodigies and demons of the heavenly palace who were participating in the battle arrived here. They were not far away from the black and white light pillars. Soon they were close. Along the way, they did not encounter a single demon. That is, suddenly everyone was shocked. They could not help but widen their eyes and look ahead. In front of them, there was a huge mountain that stood between heaven and earth. The mountain was extremely majestic. It pierced through the clouds and occupied a very large area. At the top of the mountain, 2 black and white light pillars were entangled and shot into the sky. What surprised them was that this mountain did not exist before. Otherwise, it would have been found long ago. This mountain must have been hidden before. It would only appear when the 2 sides were almost done killing each other. Kill. Rumble. Violent roars and battle cries could be heard from the mountain peak. They looked from afar and saw a large number of demons rushing toward the top of the mountain. However, they were blocked. On the mountain peak, there were many monsters condensed from rocks. They were constantly attacking the demons. The battle above was very fierce. Seeing this, everyone in the heavenly palace heaved a sigh of relief. This meant that the demons had not gotten the map yet. It seemed that it would not be easy to get the map. This mountain peak was blocked by monsters condensed from rocks. If they wanted to rush to the top of the mountain and get the map, they would have to defeat these rock monsters. What should we do? Someone asked. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's current combat strength was already the strongest in the heavenly palace. Unknowingly, his position in the hearts of the people had risen a lot. If they had any opinions, the first thing they thought of was Lu Ming. They wanted to know Lu Ming's opinion. We're not in a hurry now. It won't be that easy for the demons to rush to the top of the mountain. Now the people from the other half of this temporary planet are probably also rushing here. Let's hide and wait here. When the other people from the heavenly palace arrive, we'll stop them and meet up with them. When the last demon is about to reach the top of the mountain, we'll attack and take the map in one fell swoop. Lu Ming voiced his thoughts. Good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, given the current situation, this was the best solution. They could meet up with the others from the heavenly palace to increase their strength. And when the demons rushed to the top of the mountain and fought with the rock monsters, their strength would be weakened. Although as time passed, other demons would come and meet up with Eugene and the others, which would increase the demon's strength overall. For the heavenly palace, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. I'll set up a concealment formation, Dong Yuanqing said. Then he began to move. His figure flickered on the ground. With every move he made, densely packed runes would spread out and enter the ground, disappearing without a trace. Of course, Dong Yuanqing couldn't emit runes from every pore on his body like Dandan. But his attainment in rune formations was amazing. Among the younger generation, Lu Ming was second only to Dandan in terms of rune formations. Not long after, an illusory formation was successfully set up. As long as they were in the illusory formation, the demons wouldn't be able to find them. Then they sent people out to ambush nearby. As long as they saw the people from the heavenly palace coming, they would stop them and bring them here. After everything was set up, they waited quietly. Lu Ming and the others continued to look at the mountain from afar. The demons and the rock monsters on the mountain were still fighting fiercely. It was obvious that Eugene was at the forefront of the demons. The demonic blade in his hand was extremely powerful. Following closely behind Eugene were a few demons who weren't weaker than Dong Yuanqing and Bunan. Luo Shi was among them. However, the rock monsters on the mountain were also very strong. They seemed to have been refined by a master. Their bodies were as hard as divine weapons. Even the strongest Eugene had to slash a rock monster several times to cut it open. So it wouldn't be easy for the demons to reach the mountain and get the map. This made Lu Ming and the others feel more at ease. They had enough time to wait. Time passed quickly. After a while, Lu Ming and the others finally saw the first batch of reinforcements. A top demon from the Battle Saint tribe, who was also a 6th-level godly emperor, had arrived. He could fight opponents 4 levels higher than him. He was also a candidate for the Universe Prodigy list. There were more than 10 people with him. They came from the other side of the planet. When this person came, he immediately greeted Battle God Yuanwen. Although this person was talented, he was still lacking compared to Battle God Yuanwen. His status in the Battle Saint tribe wasn't as high as Battle God Yuanwen's. How's the situation in your area? Battle God Yuanwen asked. The other party explained. Previously, Eugene had led a group of demons and wiped out half of the planet. There was still half of the planet left. The demons on that half of the planet, and the geniuses from the Heavenly Palace, were in a chaotic battle. There weren't any strong demons that broke the balance. Both sides had suffered losses and victories. It wasn't a one-sided battle. Then they saw the black and white light pillars covering the sky. They knew that the map of the Land of Fortune had appeared, so they hurried over. Then, Battle God Yuanwen explained the situation here. The other party's expression was very serious. Obviously, he didn't expect that there would be a strong demon like Eugene. Later, as time passed, more and more experts from the Heavenly Palace came to gather. 2 days later, there were already more than 800 people who came to gather. Among them, there were 3 more geniuses who weren't weaker than Bunan and Dong Yuanqing. These 3 were the 3 strongest people on the other half of the planet. Chapter 4095. The Heavenly Palace had 3 more top-notch geniuses and nearly 800 people. Their combat strength had increased tremendously. However, the evil demons had also gained many experts. Their numbers had doubled. Among them, there was no lack of evil demons at Luosher's level. With the addition of a large number of evil demons, their speed was even faster. After 2 days, they were about to reach the peak of the mountain. Obviously, the map of the land of creation was at the peak of the mountain. We can set off now. Lu Ming was the first to speak. This caused some people to be dissatisfied. These people were naturally those who had joined later, especially the few top-notch geniuses. Who was Lu Ming to be the first to speak as if he was giving orders? This made them very unhappy. What right did Lu Ming have? However, to their surprise, Dong Yuanqing and the others did not seem to have any objections. They all nodded in unison. They were quite puzzled. Dong Yuanqing and the others seemed to be listening to Lu Ming's opinion. Was there a mistake? However, this was not the time to argue. They suppressed the doubts in their hearts and prepared to set off. Let's go. Lu Ming shouted in a low voice and took the lead to rush out. The others followed closely behind. They turned into streaks of rainbow light and flew toward the majestic mountain peak. With so many people moving together, the momentum was very shocking. They were immediately discovered by the evil demons. Clang! Clang! On the mountain peak, Eugene slashed a rock monster in half with 2 consecutive slashes. He looked coldly at Lu Ming and the others. These people from the Heavenly Palace still dare to fight for the map. They are courting death. You guys take some people to stop the people from the Heavenly Palace. I will kill them after I get the map. Eugene said coldly. Don't worry. You don't have to do anything. These people from the Heavenly Palace are dead meat. Luosher smiled ferociously. His fierce eyes were already fixed on Lu Ming. This was the second time. Lu Ming had managed to escape twice. As someone whose combat strength was lower than his, this was the first time that he had escaped from his hands twice in a row. His desire to kill Lu Ming was extremely strong. Not more than 3 times. He swore that there would not be a 3rd time. This time he was going to twist Lu Ming's head off. About half of the evil demons turned and rushed down the mountain toward the people from the Heavenly Palace. Among them, there were 7 top-notch geniuses like Luosher. As for Eugene, he continued to kill the rock monsters and climbed up the mountain peak. Kill. Kill these scum from the Heavenly Palace. Comts. In the next moment, the 2 sides clashed. Lu Ming. On the other side, Luosher stared at Lu Ming all the time. At this moment, he stretched out his claws and crushed the heads of 2 Heavenly Palace geniuses, 1 in each hand. The other geniuses from the Heavenly Palace did not dare to get close to Luosher at all. They kept a distance from him. Die brat! Luosher roared ferociously. A pair of huge evil demon wings flapped. With a terrifying gust of wind and a whistling sound, he rushed toward Lu Ming. "You're the one who's going to die." Lu Ming also rushed toward Luo Shi and threw out a punch. "Watch me break your arm." Luo Shi roared. His evil demon claws grabbed at Lu Ming's arm. Boom! Lu Ming's fist collided with Luo Shi's evil demon claws. Crack! At the moment of collision, Luo Shi's evil demon claws shook violently. His fingers made the sound of bones breaking. His arm shook violently. Not only did Luo Shi's arm shake violently, but his body also shook violently and retreated violently. His ferocious face was full of astonishment and disbelief. He seemed to find it hard to believe that Lu Ming's strength had suddenly become so strong. It had only been a few days. How could Lu Ming's combat strength suddenly soar and even surpass his? In a battle between masters, the slightest difference could make a difference of 1,000 miles. A slight difference could determine life and death. Luo Shi had never expected that Lu Ming's combat strength would be so strong that it surpassed his. Therefore, he was stunned for a moment. This moment was enough to determine his life and death. "Kill!" Lu Ming shouted. His fists bombarded the void continuously, turning it into a hornet's nest. With Luo Shi's combat strength, if he resisted with all his strength, he might be able to resist for a while. But now that he was stunned, his result was doomed. Bang! Puff! Flesh and blood splattered. Luo Shi's burly body was directly penetrated by Lu Ming's fist force and was smashed into pieces. His head was also turned into mincemeat under Lu Ming's fist force. A top genius of the evil demon was killed directly. The surrounding evil demons were stupefied. That scene was completely beyond their expectations. They hadn't thought that a strong evil demon who was second only to Eugene would be killed so easily. Boom! After killing Luo Shi, Lu Ming didn't stop. He used his full strength. His entire body was covered in dazzling lights. He looked like a planet as he dashed towards a group of evil demons. Bang! 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 Those evil demons couldn't withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. Lu Ming dashed forward and those evil demons exploded like balloons. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Ming grabbed the drops of evil demon's spirit blood and put them away. Lu Ming dashed forward, leaving behind a trail of blood and flesh. At least dozens of demon prodigies died in his hands. Then Lu Ming dashed to the front of another top demon prodigy. That evil demon was also a cultivator of the 6th godly emperor layer. He could fight cultivators who were 4 cultivation levels higher than him. He wasn't any weaker than Luo Shi. "Evil demon roar!" shouted that evil demon. A terrifying destructive strength emerged from his mouth and moved towards Lu Ming. Boom! Lu Ming struck with all his might. His fist penetrated the destructive force. His body dashed forward, and the fist force blasted toward the person like a meteor. "Die!" shouted that evil demon furiously. He used his full strength to resist. However, even if he used his full strength, he couldn't compete with Lu Ming. Lu Ming, who had reached the 5th level of the God Emperor realm, was already half a level higher than Luo Shi or the demon in front of him. It was like when Lu Ming had broken through to the 4th godly emperor layer and fought against Sa Dao. In terms of fighting strength, he was much stronger than Luo Shi. Even though the evil demon could resist for a while, he couldn't compete with Luo Shi. After a dozen attacks, the evil demon gave horrible shrieks and was blown away. His chest had been pierced by Lu Ming's punches. He was severely injured. Die! Lu Ming did not give the other party a chance to catch his breath at all. He stepped into the void and chased after him. More than 10 demon swords slashed toward his head and face. At the same time, the destructive fist force formed by the Great Divine Wind skill and the Great Shattering skill bombarded him. That evil demon shouted furiously and tried to fight back, but it was useless. The next moment, his body was torn into pieces and Lu Ming grabbed the evil demon's spirit blood. Yet another top demon genius was slain. Chapter 4096. Lu Ming killed 2 top-notch demons in a row. He did it in an instant. His speed was too fast. At that moment, Eugene finally came back to his senses. He pulled a long face. "You want to die?" shouted Eugene furiously. He gave up on attacking the top of the mountain and turned around to attack Lu Ming. However, there was still some distance between him and Lu Ming. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued attacking other demons. This time, Lu Ming didn't attack the strongest demons because they could resist Lu Ming for a while. If they saw Lu Ming coming, they would try to escape. It would be very difficult to kill them before Eugene arrived. Therefore, Lu Ming charged toward the demons who had weaker combat abilities but were extremely talented. For example, Sa Dao was one of them. They had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer or lower, but they could fight cultivators for levels higher than them. Their cultivation level was a bit lower, but their potential wasn't any worse than Luosher's. Their blood was also very valuable. Even though there weren't many demons like that, there were still a few of them. Lu Ming threw himself at a demon with snow-white wings and threw a punch. When that demon saw Lu Ming coming, he was startled. He hastily retreated. But how could he be as fast as Lu Ming? The surging fist force surged towards the demon like raging waves, forming a crushing force. Facing that fist strength, it was like an ordinary person facing a tsunami. He couldn't escape. Either he would be swept away by the fist's strength, or he would be destroyed by it. The Devil Chosen howled in rage. Flapping his devil wings, he brought forth a berserk energy that was bone-piercing cold, as though it wanted to freeze everything in its path. Actually, the space around him was frozen. He wanted to block Lu Ming's fist strength. Unfortunately, the difference between their fighting strength was too great. It was all in vain. Lin Feng's fist strength crushed everything, and the frozen space broke like a crystal. Then the fist strength bombarded the demon's body. With a bang, the demon exploded. A drop of demon blood flew out and Lu Ming caught it in his hand. He had obtained another drop of demon blood. He could fight cultivators for levels higher than him. He was like a genius of the universe. Such people had unlimited potential. They had the opportunity to break through to the Demon King layer. They could exchange it for an incredible amount of merit points. Lu Ming had already obtained 5 drops of demon blood of that level. In the past, Samo Luo's demon blood was worth 60,000 merit points. That kind of demon blood, which could fight cultivators for levels higher than him, was worth at least twice as much. Die! Roared furiously. At this moment, his eyes were blood-red and filled with intense murderous intent. The demonic saber in his hand slashed violently toward Lu Ming. The scorching aura even burned the space. The saber gleam cut through the air and slashed at Lu Ming's head. Demon sword! Lu Ming shouted. He used the great demon sword technique. With a wave of his hand, a huge demon sword formed and pressed down on Eugene's blade. At the same time, Lu Ming's body exploded with dazzling light. Lu Ming had used all his strength and punched out. A demon sword and a fist strength. One in front and one behind, they collided with Eugene's blade. The demon sword bore the brunt of the impact. It clashed with Eugene's blade. The demon sword shook violently. It lasted for 2 breaths of time before shattering. Then the blade and the fist strength collided. An even more intense explosion rang out as the terrifying force shattered the void. Even existences at the level of Dong Yuanqing and Bunan turned grim in the face of such a shockwave. But in the end, Lu Ming's fist strength couldn't block Eugene's blade, and was split apart. At the moment of collision, Lu Ming's figure retreated rapidly. Although he was hit by the remaining blade light, Lu Ming wasn't injured. He just retreated far away with the help of the force. Sure enough, Eugene's battle strength is still higher than mine. A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. Eugene's combat power was extremely terrifying. Every inch of his muscles was filled with terrifying power, especially his demonic saber. Its power was even more terrifying. At the Divine Emperor realm, he could fight someone who was 5 levels higher than him. He was almost on par with Lu Ming. Eugene's battle strength was no weaker than the fighting god Yuanwen's. His cultivation was 1 level higher than Lu Ming's. Naturally, Lu Ming was no match for him. However, Lu Ming didn't intend to fight Eugene head-on. He retreated and changed direction. He rushed to the top of the mountain. You want to leave? Die! Eugene roared and chased after Lu Ming. He remembered that Lu Ming had fought with Luosher last time. At that time he was no match for Luosher. But in just a few days, Lu Ming could easily kill Luosher and even contend with him. This kind of person was too terrifying. Today he must get rid of Lu Ming. However, he couldn't catch up with Lu Ming in a short time, because this mountain was full of rock monsters. Although many of them had been killed by the devil, there were still many left, especially at the top of the mountain, where there were even more rock monsters. Lu Ming's figure flickered a few times and arrived at the mountainside. At this time, several rock monsters roared and rushed towards Lu Ming. These rock monsters were similar in structure to the rocks under his feet, but they had been condensed by the Lord's great divine ability. They became very solid and dense. At the same time, they were extremely hard, even harder than a divine weapon. Moreover, they had different appearances. Some looked like desolate beasts, some looked like humans, and some even looked like devils. Suddenly, 3 rock monsters charged towards Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming's 3 vital points. Lu Ming used the Great Divine Wind technique. His body was always shrouded by a layer of divine wind. He didn't fight these rock monsters head-on. His figure flashed and seemed to produce phantoms. With a few flashes, he perfectly dodged the attacks of the 3 rock monsters. He appeared behind the 3 rock monsters and continued to rush towards the top of the mountain. The higher he went, the more rock monsters there were. However, Lu Ming relied on the great godly wind skill to evade the attacks of these rock monsters one by one. For those that he could not evade, Lu Ming waved his fist to block them. Very soon, he had left dozens of rock monsters behind him. He kept approaching the peak of the mountain. As for Eugene's movement technique, he wasn't as fast as Lu Ming. He relied on the devil saber in his hand. "Get lost!" Eugene roared. He kept slashing with his devil saber, flaying the rock monsters one by one. Swish! 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 One rock monster after another flew out like a rubber ball. Some even flew towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming had to focus on dodging. As a result, his speed was slower. Eugene attacked crazily. With this move, the distance between him and Lu Ming was slowly closing. Chapter 4097. Eugene used his violent combat power to send the rock monsters flying as he chased after Lu Ming. The distance between them was closing. However, when Lu Ming saw that the distance between them was closing, he immediately changed his direction and moved horizontally, increasing the distance between them again. Eugene chased after Lu Ming several times but was unable to catch up with him. He was furious, but he was not an ordinary person after all, so he quickly calmed down. Then I'll let this kid live for a while longer. As long as I get the 2 maps and obtain the creation left behind by the Demon Lord, then the Heavenly Palace will definitely lose. Even if I'm the only one left, I can still kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Eugene's eyes. He stopped chasing after Lu Ming and continued to rush to the top of the mountain. To be honest, he did not care about the lives of the other demon prodigies. Even if they were all dead, he did not care. As long as he got the 2 maps, the people from the Heavenly Palace would not be able to obtain the creation. Once he obtained the creation, his combat power would be even more invincible. In that case, no matter what the Heavenly Palace did, they would not be able to stop him. He would hunt down the people from the Heavenly Palace all over the world. Sooner or later, he would kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace and obtain this victory. Therefore, the 2 maps were the key. He gave up on Lu Ming and rushed to the maps. Lu Ming's expression changed. Of course, he knew that the 2 maps were the key. If Eugene got the 2 maps, it would be useless even if he killed all the other demons. Therefore, Lu Ming also rushed to the top of the mountain from another direction. Eugene relied on his powerful strength to rush forward at an extremely fast speed. Lu Ming, on the other hand, was faster. Coupled with his combat power, he was not slower than Eugene in terms of speed. The 2 of them approached the top of the mountain from 2 different directions. At the bottom of the mountain, the demons and the Heavenly Palace were fighting fiercely. The battle was getting more and more intense. Originally, the demons had the upper hand in terms of both quantity and quality. Not to mention other things, the Heavenly Palace had fewer top-level combatants. However, after Lu Ming killed 2 of their top-level combatants, the Heavenly Palace had the upper hand in terms of top-level combatants. They had 1 more person than the demons. In this way, although the Heavenly Palace had fewer people, they were not at a disadvantage after a round of fighting. Instead, they had a slight advantage. During the battle, the demons and Heavenly Palace's prodigies were attracted to Eugene and Lu Ming. That guy wants to compete with Eugene for the token. He's courting death. Eugene will definitely be able to get both maps. The Heavenly Palace is doomed. Many demons. On the other hand, the people from the Heavenly Palace were secretly praying that Lu Ming would be able to snatch the map. At the very least, they had to snatch the map from the Heavenly Palace. Only then would they have hope. While they were fighting, they were also paying attention to the two figures who were rushing to the top of the mountain, because these two people would affect the whole battle. Eugene and Lu Ming kept rushing to the top of the mountain. The closer they got to the top of the mountain, the more rock monsters there were. They were rushing towards them in groups. Swoosh, swoosh, Lu Ming pushed the great godly wind to the extreme. His body was like a ghost, like a breeze, as if he was weightless. He kept flashing and dodging the rock monsters. However, there were too many rock monsters and they were not afraid of death. There were bound to be some who could not be dodged. Roar. A rock monster, like a demon, waved its stone fist and attacked Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw out a punch and collided with the rock monster's fist. With a bang, the rock monster's body was sent flying, knocking down several rock monsters behind it. It's really hard. Lu Ming muttered to himself. With his current cultivation level, the power of his punch was astonishing. Even an ordinary cultivator of the 9th godly emperor layer would be smashed to pieces. But the rock monster was only sent flying. A few cracks appeared on its fist, but it did not explode. But that was enough. Lu Ming's silhouette flickered. He jumped over the rock monsters and continued moving forward. Just like that, Lu Ming used his incredible fighting strength and agility to reach the top of the mountain. But because there were too many rock monsters, it was not easy to reach the top of the mountain in a short time. Otherwise, the evil demon army would have been able to reach the top of the mountain in 2 days. After 2 hours, Lu Ming finally reached the top of the mountain. At this point, Lu Ming could already see the scenery at the top of the mountain clearly. There was nothing at the top of the mountain. There were only 2 round beads. The 2 round beads were the size of a fist. One was as black as ink, the other was as white as snow. The 2 round beads were next to each other, and were emitting a resplendent light. The 2 intertwined beams of light, one black and one white, were emitted from the 2 beads. Those were the maps of the 2 places of good fortune. The black bead was the map of the evil demon army's place of good fortune. The white bead was the map of the Heavenly Palace's place of good fortune. Lu Ming's eyes were burning with passion, but then Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. This was because he saw Eugene. Eugene was actually faster than him by a bit. "Piss off!" shouted Eugene. His blade dashed to the sky and a few terrifying blade shadows appeared. The last few rock monsters were sent flying. One of them was even cut in half. Swish! Without the rock monsters blocking him, Eugene flew towards the 2 round beads. Oh no! Lu Ming roared in his heart. He attacked with all his strength. Boom! 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 He threw a dozen punches at 7 or 8 rock monsters, causing them to stagger back. Lu Ming sped up at full speed. In a flash, he dashed past 7 to 8 rock monsters. However, his speed was still slower than Eugene's. Eugene's figure was already close to the 2 round beads. His eyes were shining with greed. Both maps are mine. Victory will be mine in the end. Eugene roared in his heart. He stretched out a claw and grabbed at the 2 round beads. Just as he was about to grab the 2 round beads, the 2 round beads vibrated slightly. The black and white beams of light that were emitted also converged. An invisible force burst out of the 2 round beads, as if to resist Eugene's claws. For a moment, Eugene's claws were blocked. Eugene's expression changed and he roared, "Break!" He used all of his strength to grab the demon claw. Buzz! The 2 round beads vibrated violently. The force seemed to be scattered. Following that, the 2 round beads actually flew out in 2 different directions with a swoosh. Damn it! Eugene roared. He flapped his demon wings and rushed towards the black round beads. Chapter 4098. Eugene was the first to rush towards the black bead. Before he even reached it, he had already clawed at the air. A huge demonic claw was formed and sealed off a part of the void, enveloping the black bead within. This time, the black bead could not escape. It was caught in Eugene's hand. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes shone with excitement. He blasted away the last rock monster and rushed towards the white bead. The white bead was the map of the heavenly palace. Since Eugene had already obtained the black bead, he had to get the white bead. You're courting death. Eugene's eyes flashed. He suddenly turned around and slashed at Lu Ming with his demonic saber. I can't avoid it. Lu Ming had a resolute look on his face. He could avoid this saber radiance, but he could not. If he did, he would lose the initiative and the white bead would definitely be taken away by Eugene. Block it. Lu Ming let out a low growl. Every cell in his body was trembling. He unleashed all his strength in an instant. Boom. A fist energy pierced through the void and met Eugene's saber radiance. The two collided for the second time. This time, Eugene hurriedly slashed with his saber, and did not use his full strength. The two attacks collided in the void and were annihilated. However, Eugene's saber radiance was still stronger. A wisp of residual saber energy slashed Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body was pushed back several steps. A wound appeared on his body, almost splitting Lu Ming's body apart. However, Lu Ming was able to withstand it. Ignoring his injury, Lu Ming continued to rush towards the white bead. Don't even think about it. Eugene roared and rushed towards the white bead with all his strength. He was very fast. Great binding technique. At this moment, Lu Ming shouted softly and used one of the 3,000 ancient mystic skills, the Great Binding Skill. An invisible force wrapped around Eugene like a python. The needle-like force pierced into Eugene's body, trying to lock him up. Eugene's body stiffened for a moment. That moment of rigidity was enough. Lu Ming grabbed it with all his might. One of his palms expanded rapidly, enveloping the white round bead and grabbing it. You're courting death. Eugene roared angrily. His whole body was like an erupting volcano. Demonic chi rushed out of every pore on his body. The power of the great binding technique was quickly disintegrating. Sure enough, it can only trap him for a moment. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He had wanted to kill Eugene, but it was obviously impossible. Although the other party was bound for an instant, every inch of the other party's body was filled with powerful energy. Even if he did not take the white bead and directly attack the other party, it would be difficult to kill the other party. Therefore, Lu Ming did not hesitate. He turned around and ran down the mountain. Boom. Eugene finally broke free from the shackles of the great binding skill and charged toward Lu Ming. The two rushed down the mountain, one in front and one behind. I've got the map. Retreat. Lu Ming let out a long howl, and his voice spread far and wide. The people from the heavenly palace were overjoyed. They did not have much hope. After all, Lu Ming was not as strong as Eugene. It would be difficult to get the map in front of Eugene. They did not expect Lu Ming to get the map. Let's go. Retreat. Some of the top fighters from the heavenly palace shouted. Then they all retreated. The demons naturally did not want to let the people from the heavenly palace go. However, the heavenly palace had the upper hand in terms of the number of top fighters. Therefore, they retreated smoothly. All the geniuses from the heavenly palace gathered together and blocked the demons' attack with a wave of attacks. Then they flew back. Lu Ming and Eugene, one in front and one behind, quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. There was a strong pressure on the mountain, so they could not fly. However, there was no pressure at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh! Lu Ming rose into the sky and rushed in the direction where the geniuses from the heavenly palace had retreated. Stop him! Eugene shouted. He ordered the demons to stop Lu Ming. Stop that kid! Stop him! The other demons shouted and rushed toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming suddenly changed his direction and rushed to the right. There were fewer demons there. Stay. There was another top demon in the right front. He was not weaker than Luoshi. He attacked Lu Ming with all his might. He wanted to stop Lu Ming. As long as Eugene arrived, Lu Ming would not be able to escape. You're asking for it. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He punched out. Lu Ming's punch directly defeated the opponent's attack. Then he used the Great Binding Spell. This top abyssal freak's body suddenly stiffened. His strength was far inferior to Eugene's. The Great Binding Spell could at least trap him for a few breaths of time. To elites like Lu Ming and the rest, a few breaths of time was considered very long. Boom. Lu Ming rushed past. The demon's body exploded. A drop of demon spirit blood was caught in Lu Ming's hand. However, this demon still managed to obstruct Lu Ming for a while. Eugene had already arrived and slashed out a ray of saber gleam. Lu Ming tried his best to dodge, but he could not completely avoid it. The blade light slashed his body. Lu Ming's body was directly split in half. If an ordinary person's body was split in half, even if they did not die, they would be seriously injured. It could even be said that they were dead. This was because the destructive power in the blade light could directly annihilate the soul in the sea of consciousness. However, there was no soul in Lu Ming's sea of consciousness. His soul was scattered to every cell in his body. As long as Lu Ming's cells were not annihilated, he would not die. Therefore, his body that was split in half did not stop at all. It continued to fly forward rapidly. In the process of flying, the two halves of his body automatically approached and stuck together. This monster. Eugene's heart trembled violently. He had a strong fear of Lu Ming. At the same time, his desire to kill Lu Ming was unprecedentedly strong. He flapped his demon wings frantically and chased after Lu Ming. Both of them were very fast. After Lu Ming used the Great God Wind technique, he was extremely agile and fast in a small area. He was even faster than Eugene. However, when flying in a straight line, Eugene's demon wings frantically flapped. He was not slower than Lu Ming. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly crossed a long distance. Soon, they were about to catch up with the geniuses of the Heavenly Palace. Quick, go to the west. I've set up a formation there. We'll be there soon. We can escape there. Dong Yuanqing shouted. The geniuses of the Heavenly Palace quickly flew to the west. At this time, they saw Lu Ming and Eugene. Their expressions changed. Chapter 4099. When the Sky Prides of the Heavenly Palace saw Eugene and Lu Ming chasing after them, their expressions changed. One of them was fearful of Eugene's strength, and the other was worried about Lu Ming. They were not worried about Lu Ming's life, but the map in Lu Ming's hands. The map could not fall into Eugene's hands, as it was their last hope for victory. We must protect the map. Yes, we must not let the map fall into the hands of the devil. Let's help Mu Yun restrain Eugene and find a chance to escape. Dong Yuanqing and the other strongest Sky Prides transmitted their voices. Bunan's face was gloomy. Although he was extremely unwilling to help Lu Ming, it was related to the victory of the Heavenly Palace and his own life. Hence, he had to help even if he was unwilling. Swoosh swoosh, a few figures flashed out. They were Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the monster from the devil race. The three of them had cultivated a joint attack technique. Working together, they could restrain Eugene to a certain extent. Although there were a few geniuses who were not weaker than them, they did not have a joint attack technique. They could not restrain Eugene, so they continued to lead the people of the Heavenly Palace to the array formation in the west. Kill. Dong Yuanqing and the other two shouted and performed the combined attack technique. The three of them formed a mysterious trajectory and flashed. A divine light burst out from the middle of the three of them and attacked Eugene. Eugene slashed out with his saber and destroyed the divine light, but his body was also blocked. You are courting death. When Eugene saw that the people from the Heavenly Palace dared to take the initiative to attack him, his murderous intent soared. He roared and activated his violent devilish chi and slashed out with his saber. This was Eugene's full-strength saber. Its power was extremely terrifying, and it was much stronger than the previous one. Dong Yuanqing and Bunan looked grave. In the face of Eugene's strongest attack, they did not dare to face it head-on. They could only passively defend. They performed the combined attack technique and formed an ancient tortoise shell. Eugene's saber light bombarded the tortoise shell and split it in half. However, Eugene's attack was blocked in the end. Boom. Eugene attacked with his blade, and there was a brief change in his aura. Lu Ming would not miss such an opportunity. He punched with all his strength, and the fist power roared out, crushing towards Eugene. Slash. Eugene roared and slashed at Lu Ming with his saber, splitting apart Lu Ming's fist energy. However, his body shook slightly and he took 2 steps back. You're courting death. Eugene roared furiously. The demonic aura seemed to have materialized. Just as he was about to slash at Lu Ming with all his might, Dong Yuanqing and the other two performed a joint attack. A beam of divine light blasted toward Eugene. This made Eugene furious. Regardless of whether it was Lu Ming or Dong Yuanqing and the other two's combined attack, they were no match for him in a one-on-one battle. However, when the two of them joined forces, they were able to restrain him greatly. This was because he could not ignore the attacks from Lu Ming or Dong Yuanqing's group. If he did, it would cause him great harm. He had to concentrate on dealing with it. In this way, he could not concentrate on dealing with one side. He could only divide his strength and attack Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group at the same time. If his strength was divided, he could not crush either side. Boom. Boom. Lu Ming successfully blocked Eugene's saber light. Although he took several steps back, it was not like before, where he would be seriously injured after blocking the attack. In this way, Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group adopted a wandering method. When Eugene attacked, they mainly defended, and then took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. For a time, they actually managed to pin Eugene down. The others from the Heavenly Palace took the opportunity to distance themselves and disappeared in the west. Soon Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing's group had been in a stalemate with Eugene for more than 10 minutes. At this time, Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing were secretly communicating with each other. They retreated to the west as they fought. Although they could pin down Dong Yuanqing, it was impossible for them to defeat him. Moreover, the longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for them. This was because the combined attack of Dong Yuanqing and the other two consumed a lot of energy. The longer it dragged on, the weaker it would be. In the end, they would definitely not be a match for Eugene, and their combined attack would be broken. This was also because Lu Ming was holding Eugene back. Otherwise, Dong Yuanqing and the other two would not be able to hold Eugene back for so long. It was already good enough that they could hold him back for more than 10 moves. Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Eugene was extremely furious. The more he fought, the braver he became. His demonic saber slashed out, forcing Lu Ming, Dong Yuanqing, and the others to passively defend and retreat. The muscles all over his body bulged, and his body became more and more ferocious. What? Swish. Swish. They were like a few shooting stars, flying across the starry sky as they fought. After a while, we're here. The formation I set up is below. We can go there. Dong Yuanqing said. Lu Ming looked down and saw a stone forest below. This stone forest was the formation. Swoosh. Swoosh. At this time, two more saber lights slashed towards Lu Ming and Dong Yuanqing. Lu Ming waved his fists continuously. A terrifying attack gathered and finally formed a huge fist. It rushed out and collided with Eugene's saber light. With a loud bang, the fist that Lu Ming had condensed exploded. With the help of this force, Lu Ming's body fell toward the bottom of the stone forest. On the other side, Dong Yuanqing and the others had also formed a tortoise shell. Under the saber light, the tortoise shell exploded. They also borrowed the force to fall down the stone forest. In the stone forest, there was a formation within a formation. There was an escape formation hidden within the illusory formation. The people from the Heavenly Palace had obviously left through this formation. As soon as Lu Ming and the others landed, the formation was immediately activated and they successfully left. On the other hand, Eugene was furious. He bombarded the stone forest and destroyed it. However, he had already lost track of Lu Ming and the rest. Damn it! Eugene roared. After a while, he gradually calmed down. Now, I have to find the place of creation left by the Devil Lord as soon as possible. I'll get the creation inside, and then kill everyone from the Heavenly Palace. Eugene whispered. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Then he took out the black ball and injected demonic chi. Buzz. Suddenly, the black ball vibrated. The surface of the ball glowed, and some patterns appeared on it. These patterns were a map. Eugene's eyes flashed as he memorized these patterns. I've heard that the land of creation will be obstructed by the master-level experts of the Heavenly Palace. It's better to meet up with the others. Although those people are useless, they can still provide some help and save some energy. Eugene whispered a few times, and then left to meet up with the other demons. They then followed the map to find the place of creation left by the Devil Lord. Chapter 4100. At this moment, Lu Ming and the rest had arrived at the place where they had been last time. Sure enough, the people from the Heavenly Palace were all here. When they saw Lu Ming and the rest appear, They immediately surrounded them and looked at Lu Ming with burning eyes. How is it? Did you keep the map? The demons didn't come after us, right? The crowd asked one after another. A white bead appeared in Lu Ming's hand. The crowd was silent at first, but then they all cheered. Even Dong Yuanqing and the rest were excited. They had the map. This was the map that led to the land of creation that the Divine Master of the Heavenly Palace had set up. As long as they had this map, they still had hope and a chance to defeat the demons. Otherwise, the demons had Eugene, and they would only end up defeated. This time they could not afford to lose because only death would await them if they failed. Let's take a look at the map. Where does it lead to? Someone said impatiently. Lu Ming did not say much. He looked at Dong Yuanqing and said, Brother Dong Yuanqing, here is the map. Take a look. With that, Lu Ming threw the white bead to Dong Yuanqing. Lu Ming was more or less cautious. This white bead was refined by the Divine Master of the Heavenly Palace. If he injected forbidden energy into it, he was afraid that the Divine Master would sense it afterward. Although this was not necessarily possible, he had to be cautious. Dong Yuanqing took the white bead in surprise, as if he was surprised that Lu Ming would give it to him. Please. Lu Ming smiled. Dong Yuanqing nodded and slowly injected his divine energy into the white bead. The white bead vibrated and then patterns appeared on its surface, similar to the black bead that the demons had. The map. Everyone's eyes lit up and focused on it, clearly recording the patterns on it. In a short while, they had recorded the map. There's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately. Otherwise, if the demons get their creation first, we'll be in trouble, Dong Yuanqing said. Everyone nodded their heads. Naturally, they had no objections. After the discussion, they left the place. Following the map's instructions, they headed north. The journey was not short, but there were no demons blocking the way. They flew at full speed and were still very fast. After a little more than a day, they arrived at a flat area. This planet was refined by the joint efforts of the lords. Everywhere was filled with protruding rocks. Flat areas were rare. According to the map, the target was here. Wang. At this moment, the white bead began to violently tremble. It began to emit a pure white light. Then the white bead flew out of Dong Yuanqing's hand and rapidly grew in size. It sank into the ground and disappeared. Rumble. In the next moment, the ground shook violently. Retreat. Everyone retreated in shock. Kacha. Asterisk crack. Asterisk cracks appeared on the ground like a spider web, densely covering the entire ground. Then, the rocks on the ground exploded, and a huge monster emerged from the ground. It turned out that the land of creation was hidden underground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. After a while, when the dust and debris dissipated, everyone finally saw the appearance of the huge monster. It was actually a flight of stairs. The stairs were pure white. From the bottom to the top, there were 9 stairs. After the 9 stairs, there was a platform. On the platform, there was a ball of light floating. They could clearly see a set of armor in the light. It was a set of bronze armor. Everyone's eyes burned with passion. The armor was definitely a creation left behind by a Lord God. They looked up the platform and saw 9 more stairs. There was another platform above the 9 stairs. There was also a ball of light on the platform. There was another set of armor in the light. This set of armor was silver in color. It was a set of silver armor. That was the second platform. That was not the end. There was a third platform. There were 9 more stairs on the second platform. Above those 9 stairs was the third platform. There was also a ball of light on the third platform. There was another set of armor in the light. It was a set of golden armor. That was still not the end. There were 9 more stairs on the third platform. After that, there was a fourth platform. There was another set of armor on the fourth platform. The armor was purplish gold. That was finally the end. 4 flights of stairs for platforms, for sets of armor. This was obviously a creation left behind by the Lord God of the Heavenly Palace. The higher the level of the armor. Charge. The creation is mine. Many people showed a burning light. Their bodies turned into rays of light and rushed toward the stairs. However, when they got close to the stairs, a large amount of demonic chi suddenly spread out around the stairs. The demonic chi covered the sky and the sun. A large number of demons walked out from the demonic chi. It's the demons. Did the demons set up an ambush here in advance? Many people shouted in shock. No, these demons are not real. They are not alive. They have no life aura. They are condensed from the demonic chi. Someone saw the situation. Yes, the Lord of the demons set up a defensive measure here. Someone said. Before they came in, they already knew that the master-level figures of the demons would set up defensive measures in the land of good fortune of the heavenly palace, and the master-level figures of the heavenly palace would set up defensive measures in the land of good fortune of the demons. How can we break through the defensive measures set up by the demons' lord? Someone shouted with a change of expression. Don't panic. The lord of the demons will not go all out. If that is the case, there is no need to set up a land of creation for this competition. It must be within the range of what we can handle. The Lord God of the heavenly palace must have checked it. Someone said. Everyone was relieved. Thinking about it, the Lord of their side must have checked it. It was impossible that he would let them suffer. It could be guessed that the defensive measures of the two lands of creation should be about the same. Charge. After everyone's hearts calmed down, their courage increased greatly. With a loud shout, they all rushed in the direction of the stairs. Kill. The demons condensed from the demonic chi also roared. They waved all kinds of weapons and attacked the people of the heavenly palace. The two sides collided, and there was a violent explosion. However, at the moment of collision, some people died. Some of the weaker ones were directly killed by the demons. Oh no, these demons are so strong. Retreat, retreat quickly. Many people shouted and retreated frantically. Originally, there were more than 1,000 people on the heavenly palace's side. In an instant, at least 500 or 600 people retreated frantically and left the battlefield. There were still a few hundred people left. They continued to fight with all their might. Chapter 41:01. The remaining few hundred people were very powerful. At the very least, they were able to contend with these evil demons condensed from devilish chi. But there were too many demons in the baleful demon chi. It wasn't easy to get to the top of the stairs. Only some of the stronger ones could continue to charge forward. Among the hundreds of people, Lu Ming's speed was undoubtedly the fastest. His entire body was shrouded in dazzling rays of light. Both of his fists were not punching out. Every time he punched out, a demon would explode and turn back into demonic aura. However, after those demons exploded and turned back into baleful demon chi, they condensed again and charged at Lu Ming. It seemed like there were too many demons to kill. But those demons couldn't stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming kept moving forwards, and the distance between him and the others increased. After a short time, Lu Ming successfully broke through the demon's encirclement and landed on the first flight of stairs. Initially, Lu Ming wanted to fly directly to the highest platform. However, a powerful force was suppressing him and he could not fly up at all. Lu Ming knew he was thinking too much. If he could fly to the top of the stairs, he wouldn't have needed those stairs. He landed on the bottom flight of stairs. When Lu Ming landed on the first step, the figure of a demon emerged from the top of the stairs. That demon immediately charged at Lu Ming. It wasn't weak. It had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. A 7th Godly Emperor layer cultivator was nothing in front of Lu Ming. He punched the demon and it exploded. Lu Ming took a step forward and landed on the second step. Immediately more demons appeared. This time, there were 3 of them. 3 demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer. But even if they had the strength of the 7th Godly Emperor layer, in front of Lu Ming, he could defeat them in one punch. With a single punch, the 3 demons were unable to put up any resistance and collapsed as well. Then he landed on the 3rd flight of stairs. On the 3rd flight of stairs, 9 demons of the 7th Godly Emperor layer appeared. He punched them and they passed. On the 4th flight of stairs, a demon of the 8th Godly Emperor layer appeared. He also punched them and they died. On the 5th flight of stairs, the 6th flight of stairs, the further he went, the stronger the demons were. In the end, a demon of the 9th Godly Emperor layer appeared. Of course, it couldn't stop Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly landed on the 1st flight of stairs. On the 1st flight of stairs, there was a bronze armor. It looked extraordinary. However, Lu Ming pondered for a while, and decided not to take the armor. It was the first flight of stairs, the weakest one. Of course, he would take the strongest one. Lu Ming's target. The first flight of stairs, the first flight of stairs. At the very least, he had to get the golden armor. Only then would he have a chance of winning. Lu Ming continued to step forward, and landed on the first armor on the second flight of stairs. However, the second flight of steps was completely different from the first flight of steps. On the second flight of stairs, there were no demons. There was only pressure. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. However, even though the pressure was terrifying, it was still bearable for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles trembled, and he pushed the pressure away. He continued on the second flight of stairs. On the second flight of stairs, the pressure was even stronger. But it still couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. Bam, bam, bam. Lu Ming went up one step at a time without slowing down. When he reached the last step, the strong pressure finally exerted some pressure on Lu Ming. However, the taboo force in Lu Ming's cells erupted. He broke through the external pressure and stepped onto the second platform. At that moment, some other people arrived on the first flight of stairs. Dong Yuanqing, Bunan. They were the 6 strongest cultivators of the 6th godly emperor layer. They could fight cultivators for levels higher than them. The 6 of them were almost the same. They landed on the first flight of stairs at the same time. When they landed on the first flight of stairs, a demon condensed in front of them. They all had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer. Naturally, such demons could not stop them. With a single attack, the demons in front of them were scattered. They were extremely fast. The demons on the first flight of stairs couldn't stop them. Very quickly, they arrived on the first flight of stairs. The gazes of the 6 people all landed on the bronze armor, and they started to hesitate. In the end, the 6 of them moved towards the second flight of stairs at the same time. Their goal was the armor on the first flight of stairs. There were 3 more pieces of armor on the first flight of stairs. They guessed that Lu Ming wouldn't choose the silver armor. So, they had a chance to get the silver armor. At that moment, Lu Ming started moving towards the third flight of stairs. The silver armor wasn't Lu Ming's goal. When Lu Ming landed on the third flight of stairs, a black fire appeared on the third flight of stairs and enveloped Lu Ming. It was a demon fire. It was extremely hot. Lu Ming felt pain all over his body. "Break!" shouted Lu Ming furiously. He released forbidden strength to push the demon fire away. But then he was astonished. He realized that he couldn't push the demon fire away. The demon fire kept burning his body. He felt pain all over his body. Could it be that this flight of stairs is a test of my willpower? Lu Ming said in a low voice. He then gathered his spirit and energy, and continued to step forward. As expected, the demon fire on the second flight of stairs was even more intense. It burned even more painfully. Even with Lu Ming's willpower, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. As expected, it was a test of willpower. If his willpower wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, Lu Ming had experienced many things along the way. His willpower had long been firm and indomitable. Bang! Bang! Lu Ming continued to ascend. Every time he ascended a flight of stairs, the power of the demonic fire would increase by a notch. That kind of piercing pain would also increase. It almost exceeded the limit of an ordinary person's endurance. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and finally reached the 9th flight of stairs. The demon fire on this flight of stairs was too terrifying. This kind of demonic fire would not burn his body, nor would it destroy his body. It would only bring him endless pain. Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He broke out in a cold sweat, and was completely drenched in it. Huff! Huff! Lu Ming took deep breaths to resist the urge to retreat. Finally, Lu Ming stepped onto the 9th flight of stairs with great willpower, and arrived at the 3rd flight of stairs. On the 3rd flight of stairs was a set of golden armor. Should I choose this set? Lu Ming hesitated. To be honest, the previous flight of stairs was already very difficult. He had almost reached the limit of his endurance before he finally stepped onto it. Needless to say, the next flight of stairs would be even more difficult. Chapter 4102. Lu Ming was a little hesitant. The main reason was that he didn't know if he could return to get the golden armor, if he failed on the fourth step. That demon genius Eugene is also not to be underestimated. If I get the golden armor, the other party might also get a treasure of the same level. My combat strength is lower than the other party's to begin with. If I get the same treasure, I'm still not the other party's match. At the thought of this, Lu Ming's gaze became determined. He planned to give it a try. If he wanted to win, he had to get the highest level of treasure. Only then would he be confident. After taking a look at the golden armor, Lu Ming continued to move forward and walked toward the fourth step of the stairs. He actually didn't choose the golden armor? Dong Yuanqing and the others were a little surprised. Originally, they had thought that Lu Ming would choose the golden armor, but they had set their sights on the silver armor. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming actually gave up on the golden armor and chose to continue climbing. It was obvious that his target was the purple armor at the highest level. The eyes of Dong Yuanqing and the other 5 flickered a few times. Then, they moved at the same time and walked towards the third step. Seeing that Lu Ming had given up on the golden armor, they immediately set their sights on the golden armor. Dong Yuanqing and the other 5 stepped onto the third step. Like Lu Ming, they were also burned by the demonic fire and suffered great pain. They gritted their teeth and persevered. Further behind, there were also changes. 5 or 6 people had already stepped onto the first step, and even reached the first platform. These people included Ling Yue and the battle god Yuanwen. During this period of time, the battle god Yuanwen had been constantly fighting with the demons and stimulated his potential. His cultivation had also broken through and reached the 4th layer of the Divine Emperor realm. With his strength that could cross 5 levels, it wasn't difficult for him to rush through the first step. After arriving at the first platform, Ling Yue and the battle god Yuanwen didn't even look at the bronze armor and directly walked towards the second step. The remaining people's eyes flickered a few times, and then they walked towards the bronze armor at the same time. Further up, there was Lu Ming and the 6 monstrous geniuses. They knew that they would definitely not have a share of the armor. Therefore, their target was this armor. But in the next moment, they all stopped and looked at each other warily. There was only 1 piece of armor, but there were 4 of them. How were they going to split it? Everyone, our main purpose in obtaining this armor is to fight against the demons and win this battle. After the battle, we might not be able to keep this armor for ourselves. Why don't you give it to me? One of the young women said. What you say makes sense. It's the same if you leave it to me. Another young man said immediately. I think I'm more suitable. I think it suits me. The other 2 young men refused to give way. Although he might not be able to keep the armor for himself after the battle. The more devils he killed while wearing the armor, the more credits he would gain. When the time came, the rewards would definitely be greater. Naturally, they would not give in. Whoosh. Suddenly, the woman who spoke first moved. She pounced on the bronze armor. Don't even think about it. The bronze armor is mine. The other 3 young men also threw themselves at the bronze armor. The 4 of them started fighting. Those who had managed to reach this far weren't weak. The 4 of them had the strength of the 9th godly emperor layer. The battle was intense. But in the end, one of the young men was stronger than the others. After getting injured, he was the first one to reach the bronze armor. It's mine, shouted the young man happily. He tried to grab the bronze armor. However, when the young man's palm neared the bronze armor, the armor emitted a powerful wave that sent the young man flying. The young man was pushed back a dozen steps and shouted furiously, "How is this possible?" The other 3 people were overjoyed. The woman took the first step and tried to grab the bronze armor, but she was also pushed away by the bronze armor. At this moment, the remaining 2 people were stunned and stopped in their tracks. Could it be that the armor knows how to choose people? Said one of them. Let's try it first, said the third person. He tried to grab the bronze armor. The others didn't stop him. However, the third person was also sent flying by the power of the bronze armor. After 3 people had been pushed away, the 4th person didn't have much confidence anymore. But he was unwilling to give up. He used his full strength to grab the bronze armor, but he was still pushed away. I don't believe it, shouted the first young man. He wasn't willing to give up. He tried to grab the bronze armor again, but the result was the same. He was also pushed away, but he wasn't injured. After that, the others also tried, but the result was the same. They were all pushed away. By then, Lu Ming had already stepped onto the stairs of the fourth stage. The fourth step was completely different from the previous ones. When Lu Ming reached the first step of the fourth step, a gigantic demon appeared in his mind. This devil was incomparably terrifying and exuded a terrifying aura. Is that a demon master? Lu Ming was astonished. The gigantic demon's eyes were like lightning. He stared at Lu Ming and hollered, "Get lost." His roar was accompanied by a terrifying pressure. It was as if all living beings had to kneel down in front of him. At the same time, there was a powerful force acting on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body trembled. He was under such great pressure that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. But in the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. Phew, what a strong pressure. There was a look of shock in Lu Ming's eyes. The pressure emitted by the gigantic demon didn't only affect the soul, but also the body. It was a dual pressure on the soul and the body. If one wasn't strong, didn't have a firm mind, didn't have an unyielding spirit, and didn't have an invincible spirit, they would succumb under this pressure. However, Lu Ming had a forbidden body. How could he succumb to others when he was doing forbidden things? Even if the other party was a demon master, he wouldn't succumb. No one in the world can make me succumb, not even a demon master. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His footsteps were firm as he stepped onto the second step. On the second step, the gigantic demon in his mind continued to roar. Get down! The pressure this time was stronger than the last time. Lu Ming's body trembled even more. Even his heart was trembling. However, Lu Ming's eyes were still filled with an unyielding light. Bang! He took another step up. The third step, the fourth step, the fifth step. Lu Ming continued to step on the sixth step. Chapter 4103. The higher the steps, the more horrifying the pressure that the huge evil demon emitted. In the end, it gave Lu Ming the illusion that he was facing a real demon master. A master was definitely a peak expert in the great desolate universe. Any one of them could be called an overlord. In the entire great desolate universe, aside from the heavenly palace, only the top 100 races had a master. Furthermore, many races only had one master. As the core strength, they usually did not make a move. Without a doubt, such a person already stood at the peak of billions of living beings. They were high and mighty, looking down on the entire universe. The pressure of such a person was incomparably terrifying. If he deliberately emitted his pressure, ordinary people would not even be able to stand steadily before him. They would kneel in fear. Of course, the demon master's pressure that appeared on the steps could not be the full pressure of a demon master. It was only a small portion. Otherwise, even if Lu Ming's will was firm and unyielding, he would not be able to withstand it. The difference in level was too great. Even so, Lu Ming was already under immense pressure. Bang! Following that, Lu Ming took a step forward and stepped onto the seventh step. The demon master's pressure on this step was even more horrifying. Lu Ming's body trembled, and drops of blood seeped out of his pores. The most terrifying thing was the pressure on his mind. It was even greater than the pressure on his body. Lu Ming felt like an ant looking up at a divine dragon. A sense of helplessness spread out from his heart. He had a feeling that he could not win. That he could not win. No matter how strong the other party is, it is only temporary. As long as I walk forward step by step firmly, I will catch up to the other party sooner or later. I might even trample the other party under my feet. When I first started cultivating, Martial Monarch DE was high and mighty, as if he could not be defeated. However, in the end, didn't he die at my hands? After that, when I went to the heavenly realm, I felt that the evil god race was undefeatable, and that the deities were unrivaled. However, didn't I defeat him in the end? After coming to the great desolate universe, I felt that the deities' kings were unrivaled. However, what about now? What are the deities' kings before me? As long as I have time, the divine master, the demon master, the Lord of Heaven, and even the Lord of Heaven will all be defeated by me. Lu Ming roared in his heart. His eyes, which had been somewhat shaken, once again became firm and unyielding. Along the way, he had created too many miracles, defeated too many powerful enemies, and walked through too many twists and turns. His mind, his invincibility, had long been unshakable. He forcefully withstood the pressure of the 7th step, and took another step forward, stepping onto the 8th step. After some effort, he managed to resist the pressure of the 8th step, and stepped onto the 9th step. The pressure of the 9th step was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon lord had appeared. The terrifying and boundless pressure almost caused Lu Ming to kneel down. This time he almost knelt down. Both his legs were bent and fresh blood was seeping out from the surface of his body. He could even feel cracks appearing all over his bones. I will not yield. Lu Ming looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His eyes were wide open in anger, and his long black hair fluttered in the wind. His originally bent body straightened up again. Bang! Lu Ming lifted his trembling right foot, as if he had used up all his strength, and finally stepped onto the platform. When Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, the huge devil figure in his mind disappeared. The pressure acting on Lu Ming's body and mind also disappeared without a trace. With a plop, Lu Ming sat on the ground, gasping for breath. He was too tired just now. After a while, Lu Ming recovered and looked down. Below, Dong Yuanqing and the other 5 experts were still on the 3rd step, undergoing the test of the demonic flame. Their current achievements were naturally not flowers in a greenhouse. It was impossible for flowers in a greenhouse to have such achievements. They had also gone through many hardships along the way, and their willpower was also very strong. At this moment, they had all reached the 9th step of the 3rd step. Although they felt that it was incomparably difficult, in the end, they all stepped onto the 3rd platform one after another. Then they looked at the golden armor with burning gazes. Then they looked at each other with some fear. There were 6 of them, but there was only one set of golden armor. How should they split it? The armor here seems to choose its target. You've seen the bronze armor below just now. Even if we compete, it's very likely to be useless. Why don't we take turns? Dong Yuanqing suggested. Oh, then who's going first? Bunan said lightly. The scene fell silent again. Everyone wanted to be the first to go up. To be honest, the 6 of them had similar talent and strength. Who was weaker than the other? If the golden armor chose one of them, it might also choose the others. No one wanted to fall behind the others. How about this? Let's draw lots to decide who's going first. If we fight and get injured, the devil will be the one to benefit. Dong Yuanqing suggested. Okay, I have no objections. I have no objections either. The others thought for a while and nodded in agreement. They were the top forces of the Heavenly Palace. If they were injured because of the golden armor, it would be very disadvantageous to the Heavenly Palace. This was not something they wanted to see, so they decided to draw lots. Soon, the lot was drawn. Haha, I'm the first. Bunan laughed. He drew lots to be the first one to try, which made him ecstatic. Bam bam. He stepped forward and came in front of the golden armor. He channeled all the strength in his body and grabbed the golden armor with his palm. Buzz. Immediately, the golden armor vibrated slightly, and a powerful force surged out, directly bouncing Bunan back. Impossible, how is this possible? Bunan roared. He found it hard to accept that he had failed. I don't believe it. I want to try again. Bunan roared. He wanted to rush up again, but suddenly, a few figures appeared in front of him. A powerful aura surged toward him. Bunan, are you trying to break the agreement? The monster from the devil race said coldly. Bunan had no choice but to stop. His face was filled with reluctance. However, he could not be arrogant in front of these people. They were all peerless monsters from the top 10 races. Their status was not inferior to his. Although Dong Yuanqing was not from the top 10 races, he was also a monster from the World Divine Turtle race. The World Divine Turtle race was unparalleled in the world. Although they were not from the top 10 races, they were ranked 15th. Their status was not inferior to his. These people were not afraid of him. He could only wait obediently. It's my turn. The second was the peerless monster from the Battle Saint tribe. He stepped forward and came in front of the golden armor, grabbing it. Chapter 4104. The demon-level genius of the Battle Saint tribe also tried to grab the golden armor. However, the result was the same as Bunan. He was also sent flying. The second person failed. Because of this, the expressions of the others turned unsightly. Bunan and the demon-level genius of the Battle Saint tribe had talent and combat prowess that wasn't any weaker than them. Yet they had failed consecutively. Could it be that they were going to fail as well? The third person, Dong Yuanqing, failed. The fourth person, the fifth person, the sixth person. In the end, the 6 of them took turns to try. Without exception, all of them failed. What's going on? Does that mean that we can't obtain the golden armor? Bunan asked with reluctance. Up until now, no one had managed to obtain the golden armor. Earlier, no one had succeeded in obtaining the bronze armor. But if they couldn't obtain it, what was the point of a godlord-level character from the heavenly palace, setting up such a place of good fortune? Next, Bunan and the others were unwilling to give up. They took turns to try again, but all of them failed. At this moment, their gazes involuntarily shifted upwards and landed on Lu Ming. They wanted to see if Lu Ming could succeed. All of them actually failed? Lu Ming was astonished when he saw this. His heart was filled with uncertainty, because he didn't know what was going on. Did he make this trip for nothing? But since he was already here, he naturally had to give it a try. Right now Lu Ming had more or less recovered. He stood up and walked towards the purple gold armor. Taboo energy enveloped his entire body as he grabbed the armor with his palm. When Lu Ming's palm neared the purple gold armor, he felt a slight vibration from the armor as a surge of energy surged towards him. But the moment this surge of energy neared his palm, it immediately retracted and vanished without a trace. Lu Ming grabbed the purple gold armor and held it in his hand. I got it. Below, Dong Yuanqing and the others were dumbfounded. Damn it. This was especially so for Bunan. He was extremely unhappy. They could not even get their hands on the golden armor, but Lu Ming could easily get his hands on the purple gold armor, which was of a higher level. It was obvious who was better. Should I use it or not? After obtaining the violet gold armor, Lu Ming was at a loss again. This was the armor left behind by the Lord of Heaven. If he wore it, he would have to inject forbidden power into the armor. Would the Lord of Heaven sense it? Actually, you don't have to be so conflicted. If it was so easy to be sensed, why would Fei Huang let you come to the heavenly palace? Why would she dare to let you come to the heavenly palace? Unless you come into contact with it personally, you won't be able to sense it so easily. Guemo said. That's true. Lu Ming nodded. A character on the level of the Lord of Heaven was too terrifying. Facing such a character, it was inevitable that Lu Ming would be cautious. Lu Ming immediately infused his forbidden energy into the purple gold armor. Instantly, the purplish gold armor emitted a dazzling glow. It transformed into a purplish gold ray of light and flew to Lu Ming's body. A set of purplish gold armor immediately appeared on the surface of Lu Ming's body, covering his entire body. This power. Lu Ming felt that an incomparably powerful power had appeared in his body. This power was brought about by the purple gold armor. At this moment, Lu Ming had a feeling that he could kill a god emperor with a single punch. Eugene, I look forward to fighting you again. Lu Ming whispered, his fighting spirit strong. It really worked. When the others saw Lu Ming wearing the purple gold armor and looking majestic, they were surprised, happy, and jealous. Jealousy was easy to understand. The happy thing was that Lu Ming was from the heavenly palace after all. Now that he had obtained the highest level of armor, their chances of winning against the demons had greatly increased. After all, this was a good thing. At the same time, it also brought a signal that these armors could be collected. There must be something wrong with the previous failure. At this moment, Ling Yue and the battle god Yuan had already arrived at the second platform. After arriving at the second platform, the battle god Yuan looked at the silver armor, and then at the golden armor above. He resolutely continued to walk up towards the third platform. As for Ling Yue, after thinking for a moment, she did not continue upwards. She knew very well that in terms of talent, she was definitely not a match for the battle god Yuan. After her observation just now, it was very likely that these armors would be chosen for people with high talent. It did not have much to do with battle strength. This point could be seen from the failure of Dong Yuanqing, Bunan and the others. If she were to compete with the battle god Yuan, She might not be a match for him. Therefore, she simply stayed on the second platform and walked towards the silver armor. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the silver armor. Just like when Lu Ming grabbed the purple gold armor. The silver armor emitted a trace of fluctuation at first. Then the fluctuation disappeared, and the silver armor was grabbed by her. Success! The others widened their eyes in shock. Another one succeeded. Dong Yuanqing, Bunan, and the others were envious and jealous. They couldn't get the golden armor. And now the silver armor had been taken away. Could it be that they could only get the bronze armor? They were unwilling to give up, and tried to get the golden armor again. However, the final result was still a failure. Obviously, those who could succeed were all successful in one try. If they couldn't succeed in one try, then there was definitely no chance. Bang! 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 The sound of footsteps continued to ring out. The battle god Yuanwen was still heading towards the third platform. The demonic fire enveloped his entire body, but it could not extinguish his will and battle intent. In the end, he stepped onto the third platform and walked towards the golden armor. Bunan and the others did not stop him. The battle god, Yuanwen, grabbed the golden armor. However, he didn't get sent flying. He successfully caught it. Success! As expected. Does it have a lot to do with talent? Someone whispered. They naturally knew about the talent of the battle god Yuanwen. He was the number 1 on the Quasi-Emperor Top 100 list, an unparalleled figure. Of course, this test was not completely dependent on talent. Battle strength was also part of it. Without a certain level of battle strength, one would not even be able to break through the demons condensed from demonic aura. Moreover, the first step of the stairs was a test of battle strength. At the very least, one had to have the battle strength of the 9th godly emperor layer to pass the first step. Without a certain level of battle strength, it was useless no matter how talented one was. In this way, the golden armor, and the silver armor all had owners. Now only the bronze armor was left. Dong Yuanqing and the others glanced at each other, and then rushed down at the same time. They rushed down the stairs of the third step. Immediately, demonic fire filled the air. However, the demonic fire gradually weakened as they went down. They were very fast and soon arrived at the second platform. Then they continued down and arrived at the first platform. The 4 youths on the first platform hurriedly retreated. Let's attack together. It belongs to whoever can get it. Dong Yuanqing said and grabbed the bronze armor. The other 5 people also attacked at the same time and grabbed the bronze armor. Chapter 4105. The 6 young geniuses grabbed at the bronze armor together. At the instant they grabbed it, the bronze armor trembled violently as a powerful force burst forth. Swish, 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 the 6 young geniuses were forced to retreat one after another. The hearts of everyone trembled. Could it be that none of the 6 young geniuses could obtain the bronze armor? No, it was actually 5 people who were forced back. There was still one person who hadn't moved. It was that monstrous genius from the Battle Saint tribe. He grabbed the bronze armor. After that, the bronze armor transformed into a beam of light that enveloped his body. A bronze-colored battle armor appeared on his body, enveloping him within. It's the battle god Yuankong. He succeeded. Awesome. The Battle Saint tribe is indeed a tribe famous for their battle prowess. Not only are they fond of battle, but their combat prowess is also unparalleled. The bronze armor ultimately chose the battle god Yuankong. Some people exclaimed, feeling extremely envious. Bunan, Dong Yuanqing, and the others had looks of unwillingness on their faces. This time, they actually didn't obtain any of the 4 armors in the land of good fortune. It was truly a little embarrassing. Of the 4 armors, the highest grade, the violet gold armor, was obtained by Lu Ming. The golden armor, second only to the violet gold armor, was obtained by the battle god Yuanwen. The silver armor was obtained by Ling Yue. The lowest grade bronze armor landed in the hands of the battle god Yuankong. Just like that, the 4 armors were divided among the 4 of them. Rumble when the battle god Yuanwen obtained the bronze armor. The steps here trembled violently before collapsing, turning into energy and vanishing. The baleful devilish chi below the steps and the demons condensed from it all vanished as well. This area became the same as the other areas. It was just an ordinary rocky area. Great! In the surroundings, many people revealed looks of excitement. This time, the 4 armors left behind by the Divine Lord were all obtained. This was definitely the best ending. Mu Yun, Battle God Yuanwen, how is it? Do you guys think you can deal with the demons? Dong Yuanqing's gaze turned to Lu Ming and the others. Hahaha, don't worry. This armor contains powerful energy. Right now, I feel that my entire body is filled with inexhaustible energy. Even if I face that Eugene, I can still beat him to death. Battle God Yuanwen laughed, his battle intent surging. If the other party has also obtained the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord, it won't be so easy to deal with them. There's no time to lose. We should act as soon as possible and find the traces of the demons. It's best if we can kill them before they obtain the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord. At this moment, Lu Ming spoke. Everyone was shocked and calmed down. Yes, although they had obtained the creation left behind by the Divine Master, the demons had also obtained the creation left behind by the Demon Master. If the other party also obtained all the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord, and the Demon Lord's strength was stronger than theirs, then they would be in danger. They would still be at a disadvantage. That's right, we have to find the evil demon as soon as possible. Act now. Everyone chimed in one after another. Leave the search to my World Turtle Clan. Since Dong Yuanqing had spoken, everyone naturally had no reason to disagree. Dong Yuanqing immediately left with the other sky prides of the World God Turtles. The world's turtle clan was proficient in the Tao of rune formations. They were the most suitable to investigate the traces of the evil demons. After Dong Yuanqing and the others left, everyone waited at the same spot. Especially those who were injured while breaking through the stairs just now, they seized the time to heal their injuries. This wait lasted for an entire day. Suddenly, a figure flashed in the distance. Everyone looked and saw that it was Dong Yuanqing. Everyone knew that there was probably news about the evil demons. Everyone, we've found the evil demons, and they seem to be looking for us too. Dong Yuanqing said. What? The evil demons are looking for us too? In that case, the evil demons have also obtained the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord, and want to find us as soon as possible to kill us? Someone exclaimed. The evil demons were looking for them, obviously having the same idea as them. This was not good news for them. Indeed, the evil demons must have obtained the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord. Dong Yuanqing said. Do you know if the evil demons have obtained all the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord? Someone asked. I don't know about that. Dong Yuanqing shook his head. This made many people's hearts heavy. If the evil demons had also obtained all the good fortune left behind by the Demon Lord, they would be in danger. Should they still go and fight? Now that both sides have obtained the good fortune, there's no suspense. We're already in our strongest state. If we can't beat them now, we'll definitely lose. Instead of staying here in fear, it's better to fight the evil demons to the death. Lu Ming's voice sounded. That's right. We'll know whether we can beat them or not after we fight them. If the other party is stronger than us, it's useless even if we run away. Sooner or later, we'll be found and killed by them. Battle God Yuanwen also shouted. That's right. We'll die if we go and kill them. Let's fight it out with them. The others also shouted. Even if some of them were timid, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight at this moment. As Lu Ming said, now that they had obtained the good fortune, they could only rely on their strength. There was no more suspense. Brother Dong Yuanqing, where is the evil demons? Lu Ming asked. Follow me. Dong Yuanqing said, turned around and stepped into the air. Lu Ming was the first to step out and catch up with Dong Yuanqing. The rest followed suit. They had been flying westward in a grandiose manner. They had no intention of hiding. Soon their tracks were discovered by the evil demons. The heavenly palace dares to come. It seems that they have obtained the good fortune left behind by the heavenly palace. Eugene, what should we do? A evil demon prodigy asked Eugene. What else can we do now? There's no way out now. We can only fight to the death with the heavenly palace. Listen to my order. Let's go and kill the bastards of the heavenly palace. Eugene shouted. Kill all the bastards of the heavenly palace. Kill. The evil demons roared. Evil Qi soared into the sky, and they charged in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others flew all the way. After a while, "They're here." Lu Ming's gaze looked ahead. In front of them, the demonic Qi soared into the sky, rolling over like waves. Soon, a large group of evil demons appeared. There were nearly 3,000 of them. When the evil demons came, there were nearly 4,000 of them. Because of Eugene, the evil demons' losses were not as great as the heavenly palaces. The heavenly palaces' numbers were less than 1,500. The difference in numbers between the two sides was more than half. This made the heavenly palaces' people pale. Some of the more timid ones were a little scared. But there was no way out now. They could only fight. Kill. When the evil demons saw Lu Ming and the others, they let out a deafening roar. Evil Qi soared into the sky. The evil demons flapped their wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Chapter 4106. The demon army charged toward Lu Ming and the rest with billowing demonic aura. Among them, 3 were the most special. The reason for that was because the 3 of them were all wearing blood-red demonic armors. Behind the magic armor, there was a pair of wings made of energy extending out. One of them had a pair of wings on his back, another had 2 pairs of wings, and the last had 3 pairs of wings. These wings were part of the blood-red demonic armor, not their own demonic wings. Among them, Eugene had 3 pairs of wings. It seems that this blood-red magic armor is the devil's fortune. The more wings a devil has, the higher its level. I wonder if Eugene's is the best among the devil's fortune. A thought flashed across Lu Ming's mind. His figure did not stop as he dashed forward. Charge! The people from the heavenly palace also roared and rushed towards the devil. Among them, Lu Ming and Eugene were the fastest. The purple gold battle armor had already covered Lu Ming's entire body, making him look majestic and awe-inspiring. "Kid, I'll kill you today." Eugene stared at Lu Ming immediately, his eyes filled with cold, murderous intent. The blood-red magic armor on his body emitted a terrifying blood-red light, making him look like an ancient demon god. "That's exactly what I wanted to say. Today is the day you die, Eugene." Lu Ming also said coldly. The 2 of them were the fastest. Like 2 shooting stars, they cut across the sky and collided with a boom. Boom. The world shook violently. The purple gold light and the blood-red light lit up the entire sky. It was like 2 stars colliding and exploding. Who's stronger? At this moment, almost everyone's attention was focused on the 2 of them. The success or failure of Lu Ming and Eugene was likely to affect the final victory or defeat of the heavenly palace and the devils. Everyone was paying attention. Whoosh! In the next moment, a figure retreated quickly. At this moment, all the devils' eyes widened. It was Eugene. That retreating figure was actually Eugene. This shocked the countless fiends. On the other hand, the people from the heavenly palace were ecstatic. Lu Ming had gained the upper hand. The strongest existence on the demon's side, Eugene, was no longer so terrifying. The heavenly palace's people were most afraid of Eugene. But now the strongest demon, Eugene, was being suppressed by Lu Ming. What was there to be afraid of? Kill! The morale of the heavenly palace was greatly boosted. They roared and charged towards the demons. On the other hand, the demons' morale was low and they were no longer as strong as before. "You're mine." The battle god Yuan Wen was clad in a golden battle armor. He looked extraordinarily mighty as his battle intent soared to the sky. He condensed a battle spear with his energy, and stared at the fiend wearing a blood-red demonic armor, with 2 pairs of wings. That demon also charged towards the battle god Yuan Wen. The 2 of them exchanged a blow, but it was the demon who retreated quickly. Once again, the demons were at a disadvantage. This time, the morale of the heavenly palace was even higher, while the demons were even weaker. Rumble! The other people from the heavenly palace and the demons also collided and a fierce battle broke out. High up in the sky. "Eugene, it seems that you didn't get the best creation left by the demon lord." Lu Ming sneered. "You? Could it be?" Eugene looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming's combat strength was originally weaker than his, but now he could suppress him. This obviously meant that Lu Ming's creation was stronger than his. "You're right. I got the best creation. The one who will die today will be you." Lu Ming's cold voice came out. He didn't stop and charged towards Eugene. So what if you got the best creation? I'm invincible. I can still defeat you. Eugene roared. His eyes were red as if he had gone mad. He pushed all his strength to the extreme and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them collided and fought fiercely. Rumble. The two of them fought fiercely and crazily. In an instant, they had exchanged more than 10 rounds. Bam! Then, Eugene's figure retreated rapidly and crashed into the ground, creating a large crater. But in the next moment, blood spurted into the sky. Eugene rushed towards Lu Ming again, and the two of them continued to fight. But this time, before the 10 moves were over, Eugene's body was pushed back and smashed into the ground again. This time he spat out mouthfuls of blood. Cracks appeared on his blood-red demonic armor. There was even a fist-sized hole in one part of the armor that had caved in. Kill! Lu Ming roared. His whole body was wrapped in purple gold light. He swooped down and charged towards Eugene. Even before Zhang Xian arrived, his fearsome might had already caused the ground to explode. Ah! Eugene roared. Naturally, he didn't want to be killed like this. He used all his strength and rushed into the sky to fight against Lu Ming. Rumble. The two of them exchanged blows in the air. But at this time, Eugene was already injured. Even his blood-red magic armor was damaged. His combat strength was greatly reduced and he couldn't resist Lu Ming's attack. His body fell quickly again. Lu Ming didn't stop attacking. He rushed towards Eugene and punched continuously. Rumble. Rumble. At this moment, Eugene couldn't defend at all. Lu Ming's fists fell on his body like raindrops. The speed was too fast. In a breath, Lu Ming had thrown hundreds of punches. All of them landed on Eugene's body. If it wasn't for the blood-red magic armor, Eugene would have exploded into a cloud of blood. Even so, Eugene was seriously injured. Crack! At this time, more cracks appeared on Eugene's magic armor. It sounded like porcelain breaking. No, Eugene roared unwillingly. The next moment, his magic armor exploded into pieces and flew in all directions. His magic armor was destroyed by Lu Ming. Without his magic armor and in a seriously injured state, Eugene was like an ant in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming grabbed Eugene's head with his palm and squeezed it hard. Eugene's head exploded. Eugene was dead. Then Lu Ming drew out Eugene's demon spirit blood and stored it in a jade bottle. Eugene, in the Divine Emperor realm, could fight across 5 levels. His talent wasn't inferior to fighting God Yuanwen. This kind of demon had unlimited potential. No one knew how far he could grow. The amount of demon spirit blood he could exchange for must be shockingly high. Eugene is dead. At this moment, the demons were in chaos. Eugene was the most powerful demon in this batch of demons. He was also the most powerful prodigy. However, he had been killed by Lu Ming. Even Eugene, who was wearing 3 pairs of demon wings, couldn't defeat him. How could they? All the demons felt cold and lost their will to fight. In this way, the Heavenly Palace seized the opportunity and took advantage of their weakness to kill many demons in one fell swoop. The demon who was fighting with Fighting God Yuanwen was completely suppressed by Fighting God Yuanwen. At this moment, Fighting God Yuanwen seized the opportunity and chopped off his head. He died on the spot. Chapter 4107. On the demon's side, the demon wearing a pair of demon-winged armor had been targeted by Ling Yue, and was also suppressed by her. At this moment, Ling Yue's arrow pierced through his armor and killed him in midair. Their magic armors were 1 level lower than Ling Yue, Battle God Yuanwen, and the others. Lu Ming and the others speculated that the highest level of fortune left behind by the Demon Lord should be the 4 pairs of demon-winged armor, which corresponded to the purple gold battle armor that Lu Ming had obtained. Eugene's 3 pairs of demon-winged armor corresponded to the golden battle armor that the Battle God Yuanwen had obtained. 2 pairs of demon-winged armor corresponded to the silver battle armor. A pair of demon-winged armor corresponded to the bronze battle armor. And now, the demons in Lu Ming's group were all 1 level lower. How could they be a match for Lu Ming and the others? Naturally, they were all killed one-sidedly. The 3 people on the demon's side who had obtained the Demon Lord's fortune were all killed. This made the demon's morale extremely low. Retreat. Let's go. Many demons roared and retreated, no longer having the slightest intention to fight. You want to leave? Lu Ming's eyes were cold as he suddenly moved horizontally. The power of the purple gold battle armor that he had activated was too strong. An ordinary first-layer God Realm existence would be killed by him with a single punch. Even his speed was extremely fast. As soon as he moved, he appeared in front of a tall and sturdy abyss devil. This demon was a top-notch demon genius, on the same level as Dong Yuanqing and the others. At this moment, seeing Lu Ming suddenly appear, he was scared witless and subconsciously wanted to retreat. But how could he retreat? Lu Ming's palm was like a blade as he slashed out, breaking through all of his opponent's attacks and defenses, splitting him into two halves. At the same time, he grabbed the demon's spirit blood in his hand. In the next moment, Lu Ming attacked another demon. Lu Ming specifically targeted the top-notch demons to kill. He killed one demon with one move. Within a breath's time, several top-notch demons were killed. I admit defeat. Let's admit defeat. Yes, admit defeat. At this moment, many demons roared. As long as 80% of the demons admitted defeat at the same time, they wouldn't have to die. At this point, there was no point in continuing to fight. Facing Lu Ming and the others who were wearing battle armor, they were like ants. There was no way for them to fight back. If they continued to fight, they would only be wiped out. Might as well just admit defeat. Yes, admit defeat, admit defeat. Admit defeat. The other demons also reacted. At this moment, they no longer cared about being punished by the demon lord after admitting defeat. They only wanted to save their lives first. Many abyss devils wanted to admit defeat. Wang. At this moment, Lu Ming activated the purplish gold battle armor with all his strength. His entire body shone with a dazzling radiance as a terrifying power constantly spread out, enveloping a large area around him. There were at least 1,000 evil demons in this area. They were suppressed by Lu Ming's power, and their bodies were about to explode. Not only were they unable to move, they couldn't even speak. Since he couldn't speak, he naturally couldn't admit defeat. Ah! These demons were so anxious that their faces turned red, but they couldn't scream. Without 1,000 evil demons admitting defeat, even if all the other evil demons admitted defeat, it would be useless. This was because more than 80% of the evil demons had to admit defeat to be considered a loss. Kill. Don't let a single evil demon go. The heavenly palace roared as they charged towards the evil demons. Especially Battle God Yuanwen, Ling Yue, and Battle God Yuankong. They were wearing battle armor and were invincible. As they charged past, a large number of evil demons were killed, and a large amount of evil demon spirit blood fell into their hands. The surrounding people were so envious that their eyes turned red. One had to know that these evil demons were all geniuses among the evil demons. They all had great potential, and the evil demon spirit blood of each evil demon was shockingly valuable. It was almost impossible to meet so many evil demon geniuses under normal circumstances. Lu Ming wasn't idle either. He also started a massacre against the evil demons. The thousands of evil demon geniuses were suppressed by the power of his purple gold battle armor. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered by Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out, and a large number of evil demon geniuses were killed. The evil demon spirit blood was attracted by Lu Ming's powerful strength, and all of it was stored in a jade box. Lu Ming's body glowed as he charged forward. Wherever he passed, no evil demon could survive. There was no need to be soft-hearted or show mercy to the evil demons. He just needed to kill them. Over 1,000 evil demon geniuses were killed by Lu Ming in just a short while. Over 1,000 drops of evil demon spirit blood fell into Lu Ming's hands. At this moment, the remaining evil demon geniuses were almost killed by Battle God Yuanwen, Ling Yue, and the others. Almost none of them escaped. The top forces of the evil demons were all killed by Lu Ming. When facing the heavenly palace, it was completely one-sided. In addition, Battle God Yuanwen and the others had battle armor. The difference in combat strength was too great. The evil demons couldn't even escape. Almost all the evil demons who came to fight were killed. Ha ha ha, victory! We won! Many people in the heavenly palace laughed loudly, incomparably excited. Especially the group of people who had been suppressed and chased by Eugene and the others. They were even more excited. This victory was too difficult to come by. Previously, they were chased by the evil demons all the way. They were no match for them at all. They were on tenterhooks every day. Every time they thought about it, they felt that they were doomed this time. They were no match for the evil demons. They didn't expect that they would win in such a short time. Moreover, almost all the evil demons were wiped out. Victory came too suddenly. The Lord of Heaven and the other lords haven't appeared yet. It's not over yet. This means that there are still some evil demons scattered everywhere and haven't been killed. We have to find these evil demons and kill them all. Only then can it be considered a true victory. Dong Yuanqing said. Everyone calmed down and nodded. Indeed, the condition for victory was to kill all the evil demons, or have more than 80% of the evil demons admit defeat. Clearly, there were still evil demons alive and didn't follow before. These scattered evil demons didn't know that they had already lost. Naturally, more than 80% of them admitted defeat. Let's search for the evil demons in batches. Search inch by inch. We must find every evil demon. Okay, let's do that. Everyone roared. Then a group of 12 people spread out and went in all directions to search for the evil demons. Outside the temporary planet, in the sky above, the evil demons and the 12 Lord-level existences of the heavenly palace stood on both sides of the temporary planet. Their eyes were like stars, clearly seeing what was happening on the temporary planet. Trash, a bunch of trash. A demon lord shouted coldly. His voice was incomparably cold and contained terrifying anger. The other demon lords were similar. Although they didn't speak, the demon fire on their bodies burned fiercely, turning the void into chaos. The flames in their eyes seemed to have turned into two suns. Chapter 4108. Ha ha everyone, it looks like our heavenly palace's prodigies are slightly better. Thank you for letting us have the great tomb of heaven and earth. A Lord of Heaven laughed heartily. Even a Lord of Heaven couldn't help but feel excited. The great tomb of heaven and earth had been left behind by a terrifying existence. Even a divine lord would find it difficult to compare to that level of strength. Even a lord-level figure would be tempted by a place left behind by such a being. Emph. Damn it. The 6th demon lord snorted coldly, extremely displeased. The great tomb of heaven and earth also contained a peerless demon powerhouse. They also wanted to obtain it. Unfortunately, they'd made a bet with a lord-level figure from the heavenly palace and sworn an oath with their life essence. Given their cultivation, they didn't dare violate it. They could only give up this great opportunity to someone from the heavenly palace. No matter how unwilling they were, it was useless. Although the competition wasn't over yet, the result was already out. There was no suspense. It was only a matter of time before the winner was officially decided. That guy. The image of a young man floated into the minds of the 6 demon lords. This young man was Lu Ming. The demon's defeat this time was entirely due to Lu Ming. If Lu Ming hadn't obtained the highest level of violet gold armor and killed Eugene, the demons wouldn't have lost at all. Lu Ming would have been the winner. It was because of Lu Ming's appearance that the tide of the battle had turned. They etched Lu Ming's image deeply into their minds. If they had the chance in the future, they wouldn't let Lu Ming have it easy. The hunt continued on the temporary planet. Lu Ming also participated in the hunt. These demon prodigies were all merit points. It would be a waste not to take them. In the merit exchange hall, there were treasures everywhere. There were countless treasures of all kinds, all of which required merit points. As for merit points, the more, the better. The more, the better. Under the relentless search of the heavenly palace, those demons definitely could not hide. One by one, they were found and killed. Half a month later, when the last demon prodigy was killed, Lu Ming suddenly felt a force acting on him. In the next moment, his figure disappeared and reappeared in the void. Above them, there were 12 terrifying figures standing in the air, watching them. These 12 terrifying figures were, of course, the masters of the heavenly palace and the demons. Lu Ming glanced around and realized that many people had appeared around him. They were all geniuses from the heavenly palace. There was not a single demon here. Of course not. They were all killed by them. Haha, good. You all have done well this time around. We've all seen your performance. A laugh came from the sky. Many people were overjoyed. It was a great honor to be noticed by someone like the Lord of Heaven. You've already lost. Why don't you take your demon descendants and leave this place? Another Lord of Heaven said to the demon master of the demons. His voice boomed like thunder. Let's go. The demon master of the demons had nothing to say. His body moved, and his figure disappeared from the spot. The 6 demon masters disappeared without a trace. Not long after, the demon army began to retreat. You all did well, especially you. You're called Mu Yin, right? Another voice came from the sky. Lu Ming felt like 2 suns were staring at him. It was the gaze of a Lord of Heaven elite. To be honest, Lu Ming was still a little nervous facing an existence like the Lord of Heaven. After all, he had a taboo body. It would be a lie to say that he did not feel a little guilty. Yes, Lord of Heaven. Fortunately, Lu Ming's mind was extraordinary. He calmed his mind and cupped his fists. Very good, you've done well. This time, you'll be heavily rewarded. When we return to the City of Dreams, the Heavenly Palace will give you a corresponding reward. A Lord of Heaven said. The others were all envious. The Lord of Heaven had personally spoken, and there would be a heavy reward. This was definitely very shocking. Furthermore, to be praised by the Lord of Heaven was also a great honor. Thank you, Lord of Heaven. Lu Ming cupped his fists in gratitude once again. And you guys, we've all seen your performance. If you've done well, you'll naturally be rewarded. Later on, you'll all be heavily rewarded. The Lord of Heaven continued to speak. As soon as he finished speaking, he extended a hand and waved it. Lu Ming immediately felt the purple gold battle armor on his body fly out of his control and be put away by the Lord of Heaven. Not only him, but the battle armor of the battle god Yuan 1, Ling Yue, and the battle god Yuan Kong were also put away. These battle armors are not suitable for you to use for the time being, so I'll put them away first. Alright, all of you can disperse. After putting away the battle armor, the Lord of Heaven waved his hand and said. Lu Ming despised him in his heart. In the end, he couldn't even bear to give out these battle armors and even took them back. Lu Ming immediately lost all hope for the rest of the rewards. In addition, what made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief was that fortunately, he was prepared and had already put away the taboo power in the battle armor, not leaving a single trace behind. Otherwise, it would be hard to guarantee that the Lord of Heaven would not discover it. Yes, Lord of Heaven. Everyone accepted the order and left one after another, returning to Nantian City. Lu Ming and the others still had a few years before they could return to the City of Dreams after 100 years. In the next few years, they didn't have anything to do, nor did they go out to hunt demons. They cultivated in peace in Nantian City. During this period of time, Lu Ming had improved very quickly. It was just nice to spend some time consolidating his cultivation realm. Several years passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming and the others had already been guarding Nantian City for 100 years. After completing their mission, they returned to the City of Dreams under the lead of several sky officials, and returned to the Sky River camp outside the City of Dreams. In Lu Ming's residence, Lu Ming, Ling Yue, and Dandan began to divide up the demon spirit blood. I'm so envious of you guys. You guys should have hunted a large number of demon geniuses. Dandan looked at Lu Ming and Ling Yue enviously. He was over the age limit and didn't participate in the competition. How about I give you some? Lu Ming said. Really? Dandan's eyes immediately lit up. It's fake. Lu Ming smiled. TSK, I knew it. Dandan said in a bad mood. Haha, how about this? I'll give you those 2 drops of Demon Emperor's demon spirit blood. Yue, you don't have any objections, right? Lu Ming said. Of course I don't have any objections. Ling Yue nodded. She had also hunted a lot of demon geniuses this time, and had gained a lot. Moreover, before the battle with the demon geniuses, Dandan had contributed a lot when they were hunting demons for the first 90 years. Most of the time, they had relied on Dandan's formation to get through the difficulties and gain a lot. In the first 90 years, they had obtained a total of 2 drops of Demon Emperor Realm Demon Spirit blood. 1 drop was when they met a Demon Emperor, who was heavily injured by an expert of the Buddha clan, and was killed by the 3 of them together. The other drop came from when the demon army was attacking the city. Dandan used the formation to take advantage of the chaos. Chapter 4109. At least you guys have some conscience. I'll accept those 2 drops of Demon Emperor Realm Demon Spirit blood. Only then did Dandan smile, and accept the 2 drops of Demon Emperor Realm Demon Spirit blood. Then they divided the other Demon Spirit blood equally. Of course, the Demon Spirit blood of the demon geniuses that were hunted on the temporary planet was not divided equally. The Demon Spirit blood that was obtained in the first 90 years were divided equally. After dividing the Demon Spirit blood equally, the 3 of them were very satisfied. However, they did not immediately go to the Well of Merit to exchange for merit points. They had just returned from Nantian City. During this period of time, there would definitely be a lot of people going to the Well of Merit to exchange for merit points. Even if they went now, they would still have to line up and attract attention. They waited for more than 10 days before going to the Well of Merit together. Look at how many merit points I have. As soon as he arrived at the Well of Merit, Dandan couldn't wait to rush up. Then he took out all of his demon spirit blood and poured it into the Well of Merit. The Well of Merit immediately emitted a multicolored light. In the next moment, a row of words appeared. 1 2 3 3 2 3 4. Lu Ming and Ling Yue's eyes suddenly lit up. More than 1 million. Dandan's merit points had actually reached more than 1 million. This was truly a great harvest. Of course, 2 drops of Demon Emperor Realm demons naturally couldn't be worth so much demon spirit blood. There were also many 9th layer, 8th layer, and 7th layer demon spirit blood, which was why there were so many merit points. Haha! Dandan grinned, extremely excited. More than 1 million merit points. How many treasures could he exchange for? Dandan had already begun to calculate in his heart. What treasure was he going to exchange for in the merit exchange hall? That line of words flew into Dandan's identity jade tablet and disappeared. The jade tablet flew back into Dandan's hand. It's your turn. Dandan retreated, the smile on his face never disappearing. He looked at Lu Ming and Ling Yue with a face full of smiles, meaning that it was your turn to see how many merit points you had. Let me do it, you're last. Ling Yue said to Lu Ming. She knew that Lu Ming was the most, so she left Lu Ming at the end. She went to the Well of Merit, took out all her merit points, and poured them into the Well of Merit. Suddenly, the Well of Merit was filled with multicolored light. The intensity of the multicolored light was even greater than that of Dandan. The next moment, a row of numbers appeared. 1809897. So many. Dandan's eyes widened in surprise, a look of astonishment on her face. That was more than 1.8 million merit points. Ling Yue didn't have the demon spirit blood of a Demon Emperor Realm demon, but she actually had so many merit points, more than 600,000 merit points than Dandan. How many Devil Sky Prides have you killed in the temporary planet? Dandan was tongue-tied as he looked at Ling Yue. I don't have a lot, but he does. Ling Yue said as she looked at Lu Ming. Ling Yue was quite satisfied with the merit points she had obtained. On the temporary planet, she had obtained the silver armor. In the final battle, she had killed a large number of Devil Sky Prides. Even the Devil Sky Prides that were comparable to Dong Yuanqing and Bunan had been killed by her. In addition to the demon spirit blood of the other Devil Sky Prides, as well as the demon spirit blood that she had accumulated over the past 90 years, she had obtained so many merit points. However, she knew that Lu Ming had a lot more than her. One had to know that almost all the top Devil Sky Prides had died at the hands of Lu Ming, especially Eugene. This kind of person could fight across 5 levels. His potential was too strong. Who knew how many merit points he could exchange for? Ling Yue put away her identity jade tablet and retreated, looking at Lu Ming expectantly. Muyin, you killed more? Then hurry up and go. Let me see how many merit points you can get. Dandan urged. Lu Ming nodded. To be honest, after seeing Ling Yue's merit points, he himself was somewhat looking forward to it. Arriving at the Well of Merit, Lu Ming poured all the demon spirit blood into the Well of Merit in one go. Wang. In the next moment, a pillar of light erupted from the Well of Merit. It was many times stronger than the light that Dandan and Ling Yue had caused. Even the powerhouses guarding the Well of Merit were alarmed and looked over curiously. What a strong multicolored light. To be able to cause such a huge reaction from the Well of Merit. How many merit points did this little guy obtain? Looking at his cultivation, he's only at the 5th level of the Divine Emperor realm. It's rare for a second-class heavenly soldier to be able to cause such a huge reaction from the Well of Merit. In the dark, a few experts guarding the Well of Merit were communicating with each other. They were all rather surprised. Dandan and Lingyue also widened their eyes and stared at the sky above the Well of Merit. Then, a line of numbers appeared. 895673. This. Dandan was stunned. His eyes widened with all his might, and he looked like he was in a daze. More than 9 million? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? Did I misread the number of words? Dandan rubbed his eyes with all his might and stared fixedly. In the end, he was sure that what he saw was really more than 8 million. Then, Dandan was completely petrified. So much. Even though Lingyue was mentally prepared, she was still shocked. A total of more than 9 million, 5 times more than the merit points she had obtained. This was an astonishing number. Nest, how do you have so many merit points? How many devil geniuses have you killed? After Lu Ming put away his identity jade tablet, Dandan finally reacted and shouted excitedly. It's alright. It's mainly because I've killed a lot of top devil geniuses. Almost all of the top devil geniuses that participated in that competition were killed by me. There's also a devil genius that can fight across 5 levels. Lu Ming said casually. F***CK. Dandan's eyes almost popped out. A devil genius that could cross 5 levels. No wonder he could obtain so many merit points. The merit points that such a genius could exchange for far exceeded the merit points that a devil emperor could exchange for. Unless it was a high-level devil emperor. If I had known that you had killed so many devil geniuses, I would have taken some from you no matter what. Dandan screamed miserably, beating his chest and stamping his feet in regret. Merit points couldn't be traded. They could only be used by oneself. This little guy. Even the experts guarding the merit points were somewhat stunned. More than 9 million was truly terrifying. One had to know that some divine generals couldn't even exchange for so many merit points at once. They had guarded this place for countless years, and such a situation was extremely rare. Not bad. Lu Ming revealed a smile. He was very satisfied with this harvest. With so many merit points, how many treasures could he exchange for? He picked up the merit points and scanned them with his spiritual sense. He discovered that the number inside the merit points had changed. Originally, the number was 123567/67. Now it had become 9080290/895670. Lu Ming's total merit points had reached more than 9 million. He was less than 1 million points away from reaching the standard of a divine general. This was an extremely shocking harvest. Chapter 4110. All in all, the 3 of them were very satisfied. This time, they had accumulated more than 1 million merit points. 1 million merit points was enough to become a first-class celestial soldier. Let's go and become first-class celestial soldiers. Not only can we have first-class celestial armors, we can also cultivate on the 3rd floor of the Fortune Tower. There are many benefits. Dandan exclaimed, quickly adjusting his attitude. Let's go. Lu Ming said. There were many benefits to becoming a first-class celestial soldier. There was no reason not to. As long as they accumulated 1 million merit points, they could be promoted, regardless of whether they spent them or not. The 3 of them immediately set off for the Military Affairs Department of Dreamsky City. The Military Affairs Department was responsible for the promotion and management of celestial soldiers and celestial generals. At the same time, celestial armors could be obtained here. Soon, the 3 of them arrived in front of a large hall. What are you doing here? 2 celestial soldiers stopped Lu Ming's group at the entrance of the hall. We're here to become celestial soldiers. Dandan said. Become celestial soldiers? The 2 celestial soldiers looked at Lu Ming's group confidently and asked, What rank are you? We're all going to become first-class celestial soldiers. Dandan replied. The 3 of you are going to become first-class celestial soldiers? Are you sure? One of the celestial soldiers widened his eyes in disbelief. That's right. Dandan nodded again. Suddenly the two celestial soldiers burst into laughter, then looked at Dandan and said, "You're joking, right? With your cultivation, you want to become first-class celestial soldiers? That's impossible. All right, the Military Affairs Department is not a place for jokes. I'll give you a chance to leave immediately. Otherwise, I'll report it and you'll be punished." What? Those three want to become first-class celestial soldiers? The commotion here alarmed the nearby people. There were many celestial soldiers coming and going in the Military Affairs Department. Many of them looked curiously at Lu Ming's group. Lu Ming's group of three was only at the 5th godly emperor realm. It was simply impossible for them to become first-class celestial soldiers. What was a first-class celestial soldier? That would require 1 million merit points. Normally, in the heavenly soldiers, one's cultivation would first break through to the God Emperor realm. Then, using the God Emperor realm's powerful fighting strength, they would hunt demons and accumulate merits before they could advance to the God Emperor realm. Therefore, the cultivation of a first-rate heavenly soldier was usually at the God Emperor realm. Of course, there were also some monstrous geniuses who had been promoted to first-class celestial soldiers when they were divine emperors. However, those people were all peerless geniuses, and they were all high-level divine emperors. High-level godly emperors. Only those who had the strength of the 7th godly emperor layer, and above were considered high-level godly emperors. Lu Ming and the two others had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, and they were going to become first-class celestial soldiers. Wasn't that a joke? No wonder people didn't believe it. Dandan frowned and said, "I said I'm going to be promoted, so I'm going to be promoted. There's no rule in the Military Affairs Department that prevents others from being promoted to celestial soldier. Get out of my way." Dandan was originally in high spirits, but he was mocked as soon as he arrived. "We are doing this for your own good. If you enter the Military Affairs Department and are found to have less than 1 million merit points, you will be punished." "Not bad. If you know what's good for you, leave now." The two heavenly soldiers guarding the door mocked and ridiculed. Their expressions were somewhat ugly. "Get out of my way," shouted Dandan coldly. "You really don't know what's good for you." The two guards groaned coldly and got out of the way. Lu Ming and the two others swaggered in. "Humph, I don't believe they can become first-class celestial soldiers. Let's go and see," said the two guards, looking for a friend to help them. They followed Lu Ming and the others inside. "Let's go and see." Around them, the others also followed one after another, looking like they were here to watch a good show. Even though Lu Ming and the two others looked confident, they still found it hard to believe that the three of them, who had the strength of the 5th godly emperor layer, could become first-class celestial soldiers at the same time. Even if there was one, it would be a miracle, let alone three. This was simply too inconceivable. But Lu Ming and the two others weren't idiots. They knew they would be punished, but they still wanted to be promoted. Did they want to be famous? Thus, many people were very curious. Lu Ming and the others led a large group of people to a counter. Several celestial officials were working at the counter. When they saw Lu Ming and the others leading a large group of celestial soldiers, they were rather curious. "What are you doing?" asked one of the white-haired celestial officials. "We want to become first-class celestial soldiers." Dandan was still the one who spoke. He even added a sentence towards the end. The celestial officials behind the counter were shocked. They had the same idea as the two guards. After all, Lu Ming and the others looked very young. The strongest of them was only at the 5th godly emperor layer, but they wanted to become first-class celestial soldiers. Even though they had worked for many years, they had never seen such a thing. "Of course we're sure. This is my identity token. You can check it." Dandan impatiently took out her identity jade tablet and handed it to the white-haired heavenly official. She then swept a cold and arrogant glance at the two heavenly officials guarding the gate. He couldn't wait to slap the faces of these two heavenly officials. The white-haired celestial official took Dandan's identity token, then took out a formation plate and placed the token on it. The formation plate lit up, and a number appeared on it. It was Dandan's merit points. The surrounding people couldn't help but open their eyes wide. More than 1 million. Dandan really did have more than 1 million merit points. More than 1,200,000 merit points. and most of them hadn't been spent. This was especially true for the 2 heavenly soldiers guarding the door. They almost lost their tongues, and their faces turned red. Hee, some people are really snobs. Dandin glanced triumphantly at the 2 heavenly soldiers guarding the door. Humph, you meet the requirements to become a first-class celestial soldier, but what about them? You just said that the 3 of them would become first-class celestial soldiers. One of the heavenly soldiers was indignant and retorted. Oh, if you want to see, open your dog eyes wide, said Dandin. Then he looked at the white-haired celestial official and said, Senior, what do you think? Do I meet the requirements to become a first-class celestial soldier? You have more than 1,000,000 merit points. Of course you meet the requirements. I'll help you with the procedures, said the white-haired celestial official. The procedures were actually very simple. They just had to modify Dandin's identity jade talisman, and then make a note of it. After making the final note, they took out a set of golden armor and handed it to Dandin. It was a first-class celestial soldier armor. It could block an attack from an ordinary cultivator of the 3rd Great Supreme God layer. Many 3rd-class celestial soldiers and 2nd-class celestial soldiers looked envious. Dandin took the celestial soldier battle armor and immediately put it on, feeling proud of herself.